to start our first fundraiser at the Met out on St. Armands. And at that fundraiser, we raised a whopping $1,500. And that was our first influx of money. Nola and Larry Heatbrink also were very helpful to kind of get us off the ground in terms of how you run an organization like this. Dick Stevens was a friend of ours who was also eventually a donor. And then eventually Amicus Foundation and Sarasota Memorial Hospital got on board to start what we were doing, and they became excited. So this built and snowballed over time to what it is now. Now we are a very healthy organization. We're serving all the way from St. Pete down to Port Charlotte and over in Sebring area. Even up in Ocala, we have many different areas that we're helping people out. We've developed all kinds of exercise programs. If you're one of my patients, I come into and I beat you up about exercise every single time you come in, right? So you know that we have singing, dancing, tai chi, yoga, spinning classes, rock steady boxing, all this stuff all over the area that we help to get started and set up. A lot of these vendors that are out here can help you with some of that. So after things got bigger and bigger, my wife needed some help. Doreen needed help, and she hired Judy Bell as the executive director. And Judy Bell really helped take it to another level. And then Robin Fossey took over after Judy and brought it to the next level. And now Sarah is here. Of course, she has a lot of responsibilities that you don't even know about. She's doing a wonderful job. So we are still following our original goal, which was to have care advisors in the community, also to have community education programs, and to provide help for people who want to do rehab and exercise programs, and also to do community outreach and social activities. So this organization has provided all of those to people over the years in a very healthy and positive manner, and I know it's going to continue. Today we have wonderful, wonderful speakers coming from all over the country to talk to you about their expertise about Parkinson's. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from those folks. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Dr. Sutherland. Honestly, if you dream it, you can build it. Like, if you dream it, anything is possible, and it's so wonderful that we're all here today to celebrate 15 years of Neuro Challenge Foundation for Parkinson's and the impact on our community. Continuing, yes. Continuing on the conversation of leadership, now I'd like to welcome to the stage our fearless board chair. That would be Brad Bryan.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I want to share and the other people and welcome you to the 6th annual Parkinson's Expo by Neuro Challenge Foundation. And on behalf of the entire board of directors, we are very glad that you're here. Whether you're joining us in the room or whether you're online watching from home, we're very glad you're here. So thank you for being here. Folks, I got involved with Neuro Challenge because my father has Parkinson's disease. He was diagnosed nearly 20 years ago, and he's watching from home today, so I have to say hi, Dad, and hi, Mom. He told me to tell you all that he is fighting the good fight from Indiana today. So for me and my family, Neuro Challenge has made an enormous impact in countless ways, large and small, over the years. For example, about a year ago, when my father and I met with a care advisor, because it was time to start thinking about how do we know when it's time for home health care? How do we evaluate those options? How do we get started? And the care advisor was able to lead us through a conversation to help us come together as a family and gain clarity and think about the steps we could take. And it was enormously helpful for us to know that we have Neuro Challenge in our corner. I know it means a lot to my dad, it means a lot to me, and it can mean a lot to you as well. If you haven't already become involved with Neuro Challenge, I encourage you to stop by the table or speak to any of our number of staff members and volunteers today. We offer a lot to the Parkinson's community, and it's all offered at no charge. So please take advantage of that. And if you're watching from home today, you can check all that out on the website. Folks, it is my honor to introduce our next speaker, who's Dr. Maria De Leon. I had the pleasure of hearing her speak at a previous expo, and I think you're going to find that she is a dynamite speaker with a lot to offer because of her unique personal story. Dr. De Leon is a board-certified movement disorder specialist, a neurologist, and an advocate for research. And today, she is here to discuss how to get the most from your neurology appointments. Welcome back to the Expo stage, Dr. De Leon.
Thank you, Brad. Good morning, everybody. I want everyone to give yourselves a big round of applause for being here this early. Because I know I would not be here unless April dragged me at this hour, because I'm not a morning person. So thank you for Neuro Challenge for having me here, to all the sponsors, for Dr. Sutherland, for April and Sarah and everyone. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about the favorite topic you guys have of going to the doctor. How much fun that is, right? It seems like the longer I become a patient, the less I like to go to the doctor. So that's terrible to say from a doctor, right? So we're going to start a little thing. So also want to thank everybody that's joining us virtually. I didn't want to miss everybody there. But things to keep in mind. You know, it's very, very stressful the first time you're going to go to the doctor for the first time to get a second opinion, or even for follow-ups. It can be very challenging. I'm sure that a lot of you knows how long it takes to get up and plan your medicines and get going and everything, right? So, you know, going to the doctor can be an ordeal. But the one thing that I have to remind everybody is to carry all of your medications personally and physically. That is a must. I have had so many of my patients end up in the hospital or have side effects because they double dose inadvertently. They see a green pill and a white pill and an orange pill, and it's the same medicine, generic, and they think, well, you know, I took one of each, and realize that it's the same medication. So it's really, really important for the doctors to know exactly what you're taking and how you're taking it. So going for the first time, as I said, can be very challenging. What do I do? Where do I go? Getting in a right referral. There's not a lot of neurologists, unfortunately, not a lot of movement disorder specialists, so it may take a little bit of time to get everybody into a doctor, so make sure that you get all your history, get the doctor to refer you to the right person, and get all your labs and things, but also make sure that, especially if you're traveling to an academic center, a lot of times they may want to repeat these tests. So just because you've had them before may not be enough, and so be prepared, especially if you're traveling from afar, to maybe stay overnight or spend an extra, an extra day or extra time getting these things done. Always bring an interpreter if you're not fluent in the language, or even if you are, bring somebody to hold your hand and to be second ears and take notes, because what happens inadvertently after you meet the doctor and get the diagnosis or get whatever it is they said, after the first 5 minutes, you stop listening, right? And then you go home and say, what did he or she say? And you come out with all these medications or these prescriptions or these orders, and you have no idea what they said. So somebody that can write down what they said so that you know how to follow up. Also, it's good to have somebody there in case you are, having trouble walking or getting around and things. So it's really good. I can't really travel very much on my own for driving, because sometimes I just suddenly get really sleepy or my blood pressure drops. So I always have to have somebody with me in the car, so that this way I am safe. Also, let's see, your medicines, I talked about that. Okay, so going back a little bit about PD diagnosis. I know you guys have heard it a million times, and I've heard it a million times, where all they did was this little test that made me walk, and that's it. They told me I had Parkinson's. Well, unfortunately, we don't have a biomarker. We don't have an objective test, and can't get your blood. We can't get your CSF, look at your brain, say you have Parkinson's. So it is still very much a clinical diagnosis. So that means that it depends on a good history. So the best that you can do to help yourself and to help us is to tell us what's been going on from the very beginning. And don't feel like you have to shortcut it, especially if it's your very first time, that you don't have to rush it and tell us what's going on. We get most of our information from an exam, which again helps a lot if you can bring a caregiver that says, you know, they're not doing this anymore. Because I know when I've been to my doctor, even myself as a physician, they ask me, how have you been doing? I say, oh, I'm doing great. And then my husband sitting next to me said, what are you talking about? You know, you haven't got off the couch, you haven't, you know, wanted to do this, you haven't done that. It's like, oh, okay. So it's important to have somebody that can tell what's going on. And then, of course, the actual exam. And at the beginning, it may not be so clear that you have Parkinson's. So sometimes they may say, well, we feel that you may have it, but we have to follow up. We have to do other tests. We have to rule out other things. And we have to see how you develop. The main thing for us with this is that sometimes, especially in something I noticed with me when I started having Parkinson's, is that are not the things that the doctors really order, but the things that really affect our but really the things that affect our life, like our activities of daily living. I started having trouble opening doors, putting my keys to open my, my house, to put in the keys into the ignition. Started having trouble cooking. I could not break an egg to save my life. I was getting shells inside the eggs all the time, so I was, just getting all the eggshells. Dressing yourself. Suddenly, you can't really bend and, pull your pants up, and you can't really, open the shampoo bottles and so on. So, can't dress yourself. I no longer wear any buttons, as you can see, so buttons are really hard. I can't wear, dresses with zippers. I can't put on boots. My husband was really funny. The last time I wore boots, he's like, those boots make you walk funny. I said, well, it's not the boots, honey. It's just me that I can't walk. So, so little things like that. That sometimes, unfortunately, we end up going to see other physicians because we think it's an orthopedic problem, or we think that it may be a stroke or something else, and it may be that you have beginning of Parkinson's. So if you have a history in the family of Parkinson's or essential tremor, then there may be something to think more about. But if you have some of these issues that we're going to talk about, also think about maybe being referred to a neurologist and see that, make sure that you don't have the beginnings of Parkinson's. Sorry. My mouth gets very dry. Some of the other things that I noticed, again, is falling and misstepping. When I was seeing my patients, I had a large population of Parkinson's, and I had developed my clinic for Parkinson's patients, so I had kind of a walkway for Parkinson's, and it had a lot of bars and things. And so when I was examining patients, all of a sudden I realized that I was the one holding on to the bars all the time, because I was the one, losing my balance and kind of tripping on myself and things. So, just if you start noticing that you're falling, or kind of, it may not really even be falling, but just if you've noticed that you can't walk and chew gum, maybe something's going on, because you really have to concentrate on both activities, and so you have to, just think one step at a time. And of course, we've all heard about postural stability. And again, it may be very subtle at the beginning. Myself, I noticed that I could not sit upright sitting. I started kind of, falling and slouching, and just had a hard time sitting straight. So, so maybe mild at the beginning before you really start getting some of the, more obvious stoop posture. So those things are to think about. And also when you're going back to the doctor, those are the things that you want to think about when things are changed in your family to notice and yourself to notice. Facial expression, maybe subtle. look at old pictures, see that now your face is, is flatter when you're sitting there. People may ask, like, why you're not smiling, or why you look mad or sad or something. And it takes effort to actually, be alive and smile and things. This is my favorite one, handwriting. Somebody asked me, it's like, you write like a doctor. And I said, well, I am one. But before that, my handwriting was beautiful. When my symptoms started, my handwriting started getting really, really messy. And my nurse had to take up, all of my script before all this, we could do it electronically. And even now, to this day, I cannot write more than 2 sentences because I have no idea what I've written. I have to decipher everything. My handwriting has never really improved. It's really small and messy and real tight. So, and then the other thing that a lot of people don't think about that happened to me is ability to communicate. As you can see, I love to talk, and I like to, to give conferences and things and engage. But one of the things that I noticed at the beginning was that I was having a hard time being able to communicate. Suddenly, I was reverting back to my first language, which was Spanish. I couldn't think of the words. I couldn't think of, full sentences. There was a lot of paucity and a lot of stuttering and a lot of trying to figure out. And people sometimes would tell me, like, why are you talking down to us? Why are you talking to us like we're dumb? And it's like, you're not the one that's dumb. I'm trying to read my brain, so I'm like really studying and trying to look at myself, rolling my eyes because I can't see what I want to say. I can't pull it out. So sometimes if you notice that there's some paucity or inability to come up with the words and the fluency, that may be an initial sign as well that you're having some problems. So again, those things to think about. And when you go to your routine visit, don't overwhelm your physicians. I know that there's a million things that happen, and when we go to the doctor, we want to tell them everything, but we have a very short time. So stick to the most important topics, like the 3 most important topics, and get answers for those things, okay? And sometimes we're not really sure because, again, the UPDRS and some of the things that the doctors look at, and I've always said now, being a patient, that what's important to me as a doctor is not really important to me as a patient. We can be very impatient as patients, and we want to feel better, right? And, what we notice are really affecting our quality of life is not necessarily what worries us as doctors. As doctors, we worry about, have we fallen? Are we having trouble swallowing? Those kind of things. But, as a person living with the disease, things like I'm sweating all day long, and you look like a mad woman trying to speak to your daughter's teacher, makeup running, hair all down and everything clinging together. That's not very attractive. So, so when you go to the doctor and say, have you fallen? No. You have trouble swallowing? No. Can you walk? Yes, fine. But I sweat all day long, and I'm looking like this crazy mad woman, okay? So that is, something that's important. Or, I can't wash my dishes anymore. I have to, now start using the dishwasher because I can't, I get such dystonia that I can't scrub them well. So important things to you. What's really happening? Haven't been able to do your laundry well, fold it, or clean as you used to. So those are really important things. And sometimes, you think you're doing fine, you're coming along, but it really helps to keep a little diary, even if it's written, which it's hard to write. Thank God for technology, because now I type everything, even though that's difficult sometimes, miss a lot of letters and things. But sometimes like a 1-second video, you can see yourself, you can hear yourself. It kind of triggers how your day is going, what's going on. And if you do it, every day in a row for a week or something, you can get an idea of what your fluctuations are, or what you're doing, what's going on. Again, you may feel like you're doing awesome, and then you see like, well, I wasn't looking as good as, yesterday or whatever. So, and then also, a picture is 1,000 words, so you can show it to your physician and see what's going on. Because we all know as doctors that when you come into the doctor, you're always the best you're going to be, right? Even if you're bad, because you have to travel, you have to get there, so you take all your medicines and you're all on and you're excited, especially if you like your doctors, you get all this dopamine flow. And so you're great, but you're like, yesterday I couldn't walk, I couldn't move, I was falling. So it's really important to have that capture and talk about those things. And talk about, did the medicines work? What kind of side effects? It's really important to know what medicines do for you. How long does it take to kick in? How long does it last? What does it do? Does it get rid of your tremor 100% or just 50%? And is it consistent? And this will be a better way to help, for your doctors to help manage your symptoms. What happens when the medicine's not working? Does it happen all the time? Or is it, predictable, unpredictable? And we all have, anybody that lives with a chronic illness, whether it's Parkinson's or something else, I used to hear this all the time, have good days and bad days. And, that's why people think that Parkinson's fluctuates, because having a disease that is chronic, any little thing can put you over the edge. You didn't sleep well, you got stressed, you got dehydrated. So all of a sudden, you were great, and then suddenly, today you're not moving as well, you're stumbling, you're falling. And so it happens daily, and sometimes it's minute to minute. I mean, I could be perfectly fine, and then the next hour I'm like incapacitated, and no rhyme or reason. So it's important to allow for those things to happen once in a while, but if it becomes a pattern every single day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, this happens, or most of the time this happens, then that's something that we can manage and try to change. Again, consistency, what every medication does. I can tell you for a fact what each medicine does for me. I need my dopamine for my brain, and thank God for samples, because I travel from my home to Houston to come here, and I forgot my Ritari, my dopamine, which is what makes me be able to stand up in front of you here. And so I was having an attack. I was like, what am I going to do? Of course, I thought, well, I'm going to have neurologists there. Maybe somebody will give me something. But fortunately, I left some samples at my mother's house, and so I was able to get here. So, and samples are important. I want to thank the drug reps for having that. But some of the things you want to discuss as well, social issues, support. Are you living alone? Are you able to get to your doctors? Transportation, your motor symptoms, non-motor symptoms. Non-motor symptoms, to me, it seems like it is the thing that really affects most people, is the invisible, right? The pain, the fatigue, the going to the bathroom 20 million times, having to sit on the aisle at the last row because, you're going to get up 20 million times. You're sweating like crazy. Your husband's now having to sleep in a different bed because he wake up and you have him here stuck by his, shirt, and you're about to slap him and kill him, and it's like now he has all his pillows behind you, so it's like, what happened? So those things are really important, and those are things that we really have to, talk about. Autonomic dysfunction. Again, when I began having Parkinson's, it's like your pain threshold is lower. I would start, I would get in a little pain, and I would just start sweating profusely, feel like I was going to pass out, and and it was awful. And then my husband had 2 years ago during the pandemic, he got a reaction to the flu shot. Thought he had COVID, had Guillain-Barré, almost died on me. And he had this autonomic, and now I know that he just he's the most stoic and, and high tolerance pain, but he just could not tolerate anything. He would start the same, sweating and, just profuse. It's like, okay, this is something that we have to think about in Parkinson's, because some of this reactions that we have in sweat is because we're having pain, we're having, fatigue, we're having constipation, just like urinary problems, and we're getting this autonomic release, okay? Important to talk about, ask your doctor, what's your prognosis? What are we looking at? What's the next stage? Can I get on disability? Not get on disability? Should I talk to, the workers? Driving is a big thing. I know firsthand, I had to give up driving for a year. I could not drive because every medicine will put me asleep at the wheel. So I know how that is. You're sitting there at the light and suddenly you're knocked out, or your blood pressure drops so much and you pass out. So, that point came, do I give up my license? And here I am, a 30-some-year-old woman with a toddler and somebody that I have to go take her to school and all this. So it's something that you need to talk to your physicians, get occupational therapy, get your medicines adjusted. And I'm standing here before you as somebody that has lived through a lot, 15 years of Parkinson's, and you can have a good quality of life despite all those crazy things that have happened to me. But you have to be able to communicate with your doctor, be able to have a two-way discussion, and really somebody that listens to you, and you also know what's going on with your body so that you can find the best fit. Do we need to have safety things at home, assistive devices? I've been on walkers, canes, so I know the importance of all that. I still, if it's raining, my balance is really bad, and I cannot get in tubs anymore because I lose my balance. So, so you have to make alterations at home and the way your lifestyle changes, but you can find ways to cope and live with. And some of the essentials that sometimes we forget to talk about with our doctors are the things we were talking about: the sleep, the diet, the bowel problems, fatigue. And, diet and bowel problems, I think, is the biggest issue. Constipation, I think that's the number one cause for having fluctuations and dyskinesias, or not working well because you're not absorbing the medicine on time, it's not passing through, and so it's really, really important to have a good bowel regimen. How many of you have had your doctor ask you about your bowels? Anybody? So that's it, like few. What about your sleep habits? Yeah, just a handful also. I know, my doctor, and she's a wonderful doctor, she never asked me, and it was funny because, I go to an academic center and, have the fellows and the residents and everything, and so I manage myself. My sleep is shifted. I go to sleep at 3, wake up usually, at 10, 11. So with medication, I can't get to sleep early no matter what I do. But sometimes it's very difficult, like when I have to be here at 9 o'clock in the morning, right? And I have to talk, and I haven't slept, and so on. So, and so the fellow was like, well, why do you sleep? And I said, well, I sleep fine, but I just can't do anything in the morning. So my whole life has to rotate, and, I have to really plan what I have to do and stuff. So it's very disruptive when I have to do something in the morning. And they're like, what? What do you mean you can't sleep? So I went to all this, and I was just like matter of fact, because I've got a situation where I'm handling it. But, they had never asked about how my sleep is. Am I actually sleeping? When am I sleeping? Constipation is another, big problem. So, and then also, when you're there, are you a surgical candidate? We were talking about the DVS, which has been around for more than 30 years, and still some people have not heard about deep brain stimulation. It's a good technology that is available, that can be used even after a few years of diagnosis, that is another tool in the treatment of Parkinson's. It's not instead of or in place of, but it can be used in conjunction, and does not have to be wait till the end of the disease is advanced to be able to improve. So ask about that. What are your choices? What's available? How can I do this? And now I was really excited last night at a meeting that they actually have some remote technology, because one of the big issues that I have found with patients is that, you get implanted, but then as the disease progresses and as we get older and it's more difficult to travel, that they may not be able to go to get their adjustments. But now they can do it from home, and so you still be able to get that technology to to be of use for you. And then the other thing is, can you participate? Once you got all your questions answered, and you got your medicines and you're on your way, or even if you're not quite, ready, find out, are there any clinical trials? Or is there anything that I could do that I can participate in? And I know sometimes you feel like, I already go through all this medicines, everything is a try and error, I don't want to be a guinea pig. But this is, you don't have to always try new medicines or new treatments. You can use medicines that have been repurposed, or you can do trials where you just study, sleep or MRIs, or, look at your vision or different components, so you can still participate and be able to contribute and also get a benefit for yourself because, one, you're getting care, attention, you're being seen more frequently, and you're helping, the science along. So I think that is something to consider. Also, genetic studies. There's a large study with the Parkinson's Foundation, the PD generation, and you could do it from home. You can just do a little swab or a little sputum, and we can find out if there's any other genetic markers that could help us identify Parkinson's, so we can find a biomarker and see if there's any differences between men and women and the different communities. So there are things to be done, and I think that really, people that participate in trials really feel more connected. They feel like they've taken charge of their own life, and they're doing everything they can to get better. So again, before you leave the office is, what is new? Do I need to take this medicine, or am I on the latest medicine? Is there something out there that can help me? Make sure that you have your questions answered. Or if you can't think right then, which happens sometimes, you're tired and you want to go home and things, say, how can I reach you? If I have questions, if I have problems, who can I call? And would I be able to get back with you sooner than the 3 months or the 6 months? And always make an appointment for follow-up, because it's a lot easier to change that appointment than to get a new appointment. So I've learned that, because I used to be like, well, sometimes you're not sure how you're going to be. You have to travel 3 hours, 6 hours. And then, you wait till the last minute, and they're like, when you really need to see them, and you're like, well, maybe we'll see you in 8 months or 6 months. And you're like, I need somebody now, right? So it's always easier to change. And the main thing, always know when you get a new medication, a new prescription, try to get samples, okay? Because they're so expensive, and you want to know what it does for you before you go argue with insurance, spend the time at the pharmacy, try to figure out if it's going to be worth it, and then you can do all that. And also it helps a lot when there's some catastrophes, or like me, when I was traveling, I have some samples that I can rely on. But also write down and know exactly when somebody gives you a new treatment, new prescription, find out exactly how you're supposed to take it. In lieu of something or in addition to something, how long is it going to take effect, when are you going to see effect, and what kind of symptoms or improvement are you supposed to notice, so that you know if something changes, okay? That happened to me. I got really psychotic on a combination of medicine, and I actually was suicidal. Thank God that, my faith is strong, and my husband is very in tune to my behavior. I'm a very positive person, very outgoing, and even though I've been on both medicines separately, when we combined them, I got really psychotic, and so all of a sudden I was crying like Llorona, just boo-hooing, and just could not stop crying. I just was thinking all these dark thoughts. I was like, what is going on? And fortunately, my husband was like, what's going on? And then so he's like, what has changed? What did you get? You went to the doctor. And it's like, oh, I got this medicine, but I was like, I've been on it before. It's like, stop it. And we called the doctor and stopped it. And as soon as we stopped it, got back to normal. So again, the combination. So it's very, very important to know exactly where you're supposed to take and how you're supposed to take it, so you don't overdose or get side effects, and also know who to call and when to call. And find out about support groups, ancillary, do I need to do PT, OT, sometimes even though from the very beginning we think that we're walking fine, but they measure the stride, the distance of your walk, and you can tell that it's already smaller and decreased. So exercising. Find something that you love, okay? Doesn't have, as long as you're moving and not staying stagnant, then, you know, nothing that keeps moving is gonna freeze, right? Water that runs does not freeze. So just keep moving. Find something that you like. Find a passion, a hobby, art therapy, singing, you know, anything, and something that you can have friends and socialize, because you're gonna boost all those neurochemicals, all those endorphins and dopamine and everything, and you're going to feel better. And also, don't forget to keep mentally, you know, active. So try to learn new things. Try to take a new route. Try to, you know, make new friends, new language, everything. All of that helps with your Parkinson's and maintaining your cognitive skills, and also releasing some of those dopamines. Everybody tells me, and I'm sure all of the caregivers here know that, you know, why is it that my spouse, when he or she's at home, doesn't want to do anything? And then we go out and everybody's like, yeah, right, everybody's moving and talking and everything, because Parkinson's, dopamine is a reward system, and I know that as long as I've had the disease and further go along, the more external stimuli you need, and more internal. You know, I'm a physician, I used to have all this internal drive, and now I can see that every year is just decreasing, so really need a lot more dopamine to do things. But external stimuli, if somebody tells me something, we're gonna do something that I love, I'm up like that, right? And so my husband's like, calls it the Kamehameha effect, because we were in Hawaii and we were walking, and all of a sudden I was dragging, I was shuffling, I was stooping, I was just like, you know, and then suddenly we came to this, you know, the Kamehameha there in the Hawaii, because I love Hawaii 5-0, and suddenly it was like, let's go, and he's like, okay, what is this? So, and it's like, you know, and I was talking to another neurologist down in Louisiana, in New Orleans, when the Saints were winning, she said all her Parkinson's patients had no problems. They were all moving and going and rooting. And so they lost, you know, everybody went back to, you know, can't move, can't walk. So there is an external, you know, reward. So if you're doing something fun, yeah, I think that's why also going out to exercise and things, if you feel like you're going to gain something from it, and it's something positive, then, you know, it really releases all of that, you know, dopamine. So find something that you love to do, a hobby. Somebody was asking yesterday, what's your hobby? What's your hobby? It's important to have a hobby. And so, again, if you have, side effects, you know, can I come in sooner, sample some medicines, and, you know, if you do enroll in a study, who do you call? So I went through everything here, so I want you to embrace your awesomeness. All of you have it within you to make Parkinson's the best thing that's ever happened. I mean, yes, it is not a disease that I want to give anybody, okay? But you can have a second chance and embrace it and make it your own, with your own talents, with your own way of doing things, and you can have a good quality of life, okay? So thank you so much for having me here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. De Leon. Yes, let's all embrace our awesomeness. One more time. I have to say, good thing that all of these presentations are being recorded, because there were so many gems of information in there. So stay tuned. We'll be sending that out in the coming weeks. But now it is time to let's get physical. Yeah, so please, Barry Lazarus from HealthFit is going to get us moving on our first movement break.
Hi. Hello, beautiful people. Happy Saturday. Welcome to Parkinson Expo. My name is Barry, and I am a group fitness instructor at HealthFit, Sarasota Memorial's medically integrated fitness center. Okay, here we are at the Parkinson's Expo. I have a question. What is the plural of expo? Expose, right, that's right. Today we're going to publicly expose some of the wild and wonderful and fun moves we do in our Whopping Movers class. Because our seats are so close to each other, we are somewhat restricted with arm movements, leg movements. So normally I have everyone sit arms distance away from each other, but today we're going to sit nice and tall at the front edge of our chair. I'm going to warm you up, okay, and then we're going to do some fun my class's favorite hand exercises. So if you would kindly indulge me. Oh, watch this. This is really funny. I'm normally used to speaking loud on my own, okay, here we go. They don't have a head mic, so here we go. Can you hear me okay? Okay, please sit forward in your chair, shoulders back and down, belly button in, okay? Shoulders over your hips, knees over your ankles, feet flat on the floor. Okay, we're going to take a deep breath in. The arms are going to go straight up and down. Here we go. Arms up, let's lift them up. For 4, 3, exhale, press down, use resistance, deep breath in through the nose, looking great. Deep breath, arms down for 4, 3, one more time. Bring them up, up, up. Press them down for 4, 3. Leave your arms down. Shrug your shoulders. Lift them to your ears. Press them back and down. Up to your ears. Press them back and down. Sit tall and smile. One more time. Right hand up slowly. 2 counts. Left hand up. Up with the right. Up with the left. Down on your quad and other quad. Left hand up and right hand, left hand down, flatten down slowly, hands on your quad for 4, 3, round it up, chin to chest, 4, 3, flatten down. Feel the stretch in your lower back, round it up, chin to chest, 4, right hand up, left hand up, tempo, up, down, flatten down, 2, flatten down, round it up, left hand up, left, right, down, flatten down, round it up. Take a break. Okay. Right arm's going to come forward 2 counts. Left arm's going to come forward 2 counts. Right hand down and left hand down. Let's try it slowly. Abs tight, shoulders back, smile for me. Right hand up, left hand up, right hand down, just like we did before. Left hand up, right hand up, left hand down. Now right hand forward, left hand forward. Listen, right hand cross to your left shoulder, left to the right, uncross left, right. Left arm forward, right arm forward, left hand down. Now switch left, right. These are Macarena arms, left cross to the right shoulder, left, right to the right, front left, and down. Do it again. Front right arm, front left arm, cross the right, cross the left, uncross the left, uncross the right, bring it down, left, right, and switch. Left arm forward, shoulder height. Breathe. Cross the left to the right to the left, look like Genie, uncross. Right arm forward, left arm forward, right hand down and left. Take a break. Everybody okay? I have to really concentrate this, so here we go. You're going to tap in front with your right foot 4 times slowly, counting like Mr. Ed. So it's going to be 4 taps, 3 taps, tap it back, 4, 3, lift that knee and tap down. Lift, tap, tap. You can add arms if you want. Front tap, right foot 2 times, back 2, knee, tap. Front tap 2 times, front tap, back tap, lift that knee 2 times, 1 of each, front, back, and a knee. Front, back, lift, tap, front, back, lift. 2 more, front, back, lift. 1 more, give yourself a break and stop, and then we'll do the other leg. Did you feel that? In a good way? Good. Remember to breathe, nice good form, shoulders back. Left foot, same thing. Front tap, slow 4 times, back tap, 4 knee repeater. Here we go. Left foot, tap at front for 4, 3, back, tap, 4, 3, slow knee repeater, lift, tap, control, tap, breathe, tap, front tap 2 times. On the left, tap back, knee up. We lift and tap. Front for 2 and back for 2. Front, back, 2 knees, lift 1 of each. Front, back, and a knee. Go front, back. You can add both arms if you want. Breathing every time. Front, back, knee. Last one. Front, back, and take a break. Woo! Did you feel it? Okay. This is our favorite hand exercise. There's 8 parts to it. We're going to break it down, do it slowly, then we're going to do it up to tempo. Every move we make, we do with intent and purpose and breathing, okay? So we're going to press forward and do wide fingers, as wide as you can. Really open that hand. Then we're going to make a fist and pull it back. We're going to hold for 4 counts. Here we go. Wide fingers, hold it for 4. 4, 3. Make a fist and pull it in for 4, 3. Take it front, hold wide, wide, make a fist and pull it in for 4. Now, wide fingers make a fist, wide fingers make a fist, wide fingers make a fist, wide fingers make a fist. 4 more times. Wide fingers make a fist, wide fingers make a fist, wide fingers make a fist. Take a break. Next move. The next move is grab your thumb like a pig in the blanket. Okay? Then we're going to push it through like I got your nose in between the index and the middle finger, okay? Middle finger, here we go. So it's grab your thumb, push it through. Grab your thumb and push it through. Do it again. Grab your thumb, push it through. Do it again. Grab your thumb. Wide fingers make a fist. Wide fingers make a fist. Grab your thumb and push it through. Wide fingers make a fist. Grab your thumb and push it through. Wide fingers make a fist. Grab your thumb and push it through. Last time, we're adding on. Make a peace sign. Hold it here for 4, 3. Cross those fingers and hold it for 4. Now tempo. Make a peace sign, cross your fingers, peace sign, cross those fingers, peace sign, cross it. Wide fingers make a fist. Wide fingers make a fist. Grab your thumb, push it through, peace sign, cross your fingers, shake it out and do it again. Wide fingers make a fist. Grab your thumb and push it through, peace sign, cross those fingers, shake it out. Make a claw, claw, snap 2, claw. I'm going to stand. You stay seated. Claw, snap 2. If you can't snap, click your tongue. Wide fingers make a fist. Wide fingers make a fist. Grab your thumb and push it through. Peace sign, cross your fingers, claw, and snap, snap. Wide fingers make a fist. Grab your thumb and push it through. Peace sign, cross your fingers, claw, and snap. Give yourself a pat on the back. Okay, so if you meet anyone from this expo on the street, that's your secret handshake, okay? Okay, if you have any questions, please come and see us at the table over there, Sarasota Memorial's Health Fit. It's a wonderful place. Let me read my last line to you. Let's see. Every day I am truly inspired by the members of my class. I hope to inspire you to participate in a welcoming, interactive, and moving class. If you keep moving, you will keep moving. Thank you. Is that enough? Do you want more? I got more. Okay. Do you want to wipe this off?
I'll take care of that for you.
Thanks.
One more time for Barry. All right. Excellent. We all know the importance of exercise, and for those of you that don't know, we're actually going to be doing a screening of John Cullen's documentary, It's Just Parkinson's, at Cinebistro on April 12th. And in his story, in his documentary, he talks about how he uses weightlifting to manage his symptoms and finding strength there. So it's all available on our website. But to keep this moving along without further ado, we're going to welcome our next speaker, Dr. David Whitney, neurologist and movement disorder specialist from Inova Parkinson's and Movement Disorder Center, presenting on non-motor challenges in PD, mental health, and psychosis. Please welcome Dr. David Whitney.
Good morning, everyone. Big crowd. Glad to see it, and welcome to everybody who's watching online. As she said, I'm Dr. Whitney. I'm a Parkinson's and movement disorder specialist. I am one of a group of 5 all the way up in Fairfax, Virginia, so good to be down in the real South. And we see patients from all over Virginia, Maryland, DC, West Virginia for management of Parkinson's and other movement disorders. So I'm here to talk primarily about what we refer to as non-motor symptoms with Parkinson's. Everyone knows Parkinson's as a motor disease primarily, especially people who've never had Parkinson's or don't know someone who does. People know the tremor, they know the stiffness and slowness and walking problems and balance problems. But as Dr. De Leon talked about in her lecture a few minutes ago, Parkinson's is just as much a non-motor disease. People deal with lots of things that you can't always see. Problems with sleep, problems with bowel habits, problems with all sorts of other things like that. And I wanted to especially highlight the mental health, sort of mood, cognitive parts of Parkinson's that often go under-recognized and undertreated because of that. Don't have my slides. So here's what we're going to talk about this morning. We're going to talk about two main topics. I divided up sort of into mood symptoms and then cognitive symptoms. And sprinkled throughout, we're going to talk about how we deal with those things. These are both with medications, of course. Unfortunately, a lot of what we do with Parkinson's is taking pills, but also things we can do that aren't medications, things that people can do on their own or in the community that can be just as important in managing these kinds of problems. So when we talk about mood symptoms, we're primarily going to be talking about apathy and depression and anxiety. When we talk about cognitive symptoms, that's going to be dementia, hallucinations, and something called pseudobulbar affect that we'll talk about a little bit later. And then, like I said, sprinkled throughout, we'll be talking about treatments. So the first thing to recognize is that these problems are very common. As I said, we think about Parkinson's as being primarily a movement problem, but mental health problems with Parkinson's are also extremely common. It's important to remember that even in the general population, even in people who don't have Parkinson's, many people deal with things like depression, anxiety, and these are even more common in Parkinson's because of the brain chemistry changes that happen with the disease. So again, we think about Parkinson's as being primarily a dopamine problem. If you know one thing about the brain chemistry of Parkinson's is that people with Parkinson's are dopamine deficient, but it doesn't just affect dopamine. It also affects serotonin. It also affects other brain chemicals that are important for mood and movement. And so these kinds of problems are more common in people who have Parkinson's than in people who don't. I put some statistics there. Depression's estimated to occur in about half of people with Parkinson's at some point in their disease. That doesn't mean that these people will be depressed for the entire time that they have Parkinson's, but at some point through their journey with this disease, depression can be an issue. And then anxiety and apathy are a little bit less common, but still almost half of people. And same thing, those can be things that are a prominent issue for people. They can be something that's relatively mild and manageable, but it's important to know about and it's important to recognize because if we don't know it's a problem, we can't fix it. So before we get into what we can do about these problems, I want to make sure we're all on the same page about what they are. Because again, if we don't recognize someone has an issue, we don't know we need to fix it, let alone how to fix it. So some of this is a little bit technical, but I think it's useful in talking about this, how these things manifest, how you might know if you have depression or anxiety. And so I thought the simplest way just to go through that was to basically talk about the sort of medical criteria for how we make these diagnoses, because most of it is just a discussion of symptoms. What people might experience in their day-to-day life that would be manifestations of, we'll start with depression. So the perhaps most obvious symptom of depression, the most common, is people feel depressed. They feel sad, they feel down, they feel blue, they feel low. Everybody uses different terms to describe this, but basically they're not as happy as they used to. They're not as joyful as they used to be. Things aren't as fun as they used to be. That is the most classic symptom of depression. Most people who have depression have at least some degree of that. But the other main symptom is something that we call anhedonia, which is essentially an inability to get joy from things the way you used to. So with a lot of people, that will manifest as their old hobbies that they used to love just aren't fun anymore. You have a whole set of model trains in the basement that you never touch. These kinds of things where people used to love things, used to enjoy life, and those same things that they used to like just don't do it anymore. And then there are these sort of secondary symptoms that some people may have, some people may not. And what's challenging with these is that a lot of these are just symptoms of Parkinson's anyway. So some of them are associated with depression specifically. Some of them feelings of guilt, feeling of worthlessness, feeling like you're a burden. That is common with Parkinson's. Feelings of, thoughts of death or suicide, thankfully is not a common Parkinson's symptom, but can be with depression. But some of these things like changes in appetite, and that can go either way. Some people can have a bigger appetite and gain weight. Some people will have no appetite and lose weight. Same problems with sleep. People can sleep much less or sleep all the time. And then, like I said, some of these are hard to tell whether it's depression or not. The third one on the list especially there, slowing down of thought or movement. Everyone in the room who has Parkinson's has that to some degree, whether they have depression or not. But these are important things to keep an eye out for because, like I said, a lot of people, especially with relatively mild depression or anxiety, don't recognize that that's what it is, don't recognize that it's a problem. This is just a picture of a scale that we use sometimes to screen for depression. This is called the PHQ-9, the Patient Health Questionnaire, and it's 9 because it's 9 questions. But it's essentially questions screening for those different symptoms of depression, basically asking people, do you have these problems, and if so, how often? And we don't always use these. A lot of the time we just talk about these problems in a regular conversation. But it's nice to have these tools that we can use to make sure we're not missing something that could be fixed. So depression specifically in Parkinson's, thankfully it's usually relatively mild or moderate. MDD, major depressive disorder, that's where people meet all those criteria we just talked about. That's relatively uncommon, but can happen in 10 to 20% of people with Parkinson's. But most people have some mild depression, people who have it, have some mild depression that we can generally manage. As I said before, some of the symptoms of depression can be hard to differentiate from just Parkinson's symptoms, and so it can be difficult to really tell unless there is an obvious low mood component. And people always want to know if their depression is related to their Parkinson's or not. It's a good question, but it's impossible to answer. There's no test we can do to say you have depression because you have Parkinson's or you don't. Thankfully, for the most part, it doesn't matter from a practical standpoint. The treatments are the same, whether it's related to Parkinson's or not, with one exception that we'll talk about in a little bit. But like I said, it's always something that's important to think about, important to kind of ask yourself those kinds of questions, because if it is a problem, we can fix it. So the next movement problem we'll talk about is anxiety. This, like I said, is a little bit less common than depression, but still very common, again, in the general population, but especially in people who have Parkinson's. And anxiety is essentially a tendency to worry and a tendency to be nervous about everything, to be anxious about everything. People describes themselves as a worrier. They're always concerned that something's going to go wrong. In order for this to be considered, again, generalized anxiety disorder is the official diagnosis, it needs to be something that's relatively frequent, not just anxious about one specific thing, but anxious about many things. And it can't be a thing that comes and goes in a brief period of time. It has to be something that sticks around, again, to officially meet criteria for what we call generalized anxiety. Some of the other symptoms that can come along with anxiety, these ones are a little bit different than depression, although there is some overlap. Again, there can be some feeling of restlessness, feeling kind of on edge all the time, amped up all the time, getting easily fatigued. The third one there, difficulty concentrating, is extremely common. Oftentimes when people have trouble finding words, trouble focusing on things, that can just be Parkinson's, but sometimes that can be an anxiety problem. Some muscle tension can be an issue, especially in the neck and the shoulders. And then anxiety can definitely cause problems with sleep. When people feel like they can't get to sleep because they can't shut their mind off. They lay down and they have so many thoughts going through their head that they can't relax. Oftentimes that's a manifestation of anxiety rather than a true sleep problem. And again, it's one we can fix if we know it's there. So again, anxiety specifically with Parkinson's, sometimes can be generalized anxiety disorder, what we were just talking about there. but oftentimes it is more specific, what we call social phobias, so anxiety about going out in public, anxiety about eating in a restaurant because you spill food, anxiety about specific things like that. And as I said, it can interfere with sleep. And I said before with depression that in general the treatment is the same whether it's related to Parkinson's or not, but with both of these, depression or anxiety, they can occur as what we refer to as an off symptom. So when your levodopa, whether it's regular carbidopa levodopa, Rytari, whatever is getting toward the end of the dose, starting to wear off before it's time for the next one, sometimes one of the things that can happen in addition to tremor and slowness coming out is people can get anxious because of that. And if that's the case, if that is clearly the pattern of when people feel most anxious, the answer there is not an anxiety medication, it's to fix the Parkinson's medicine. And the third major mood symptom we'll talk about is apathy. So this one's a little bit harder to define than the others. It doesn't have any formal criteria. So I thought I'd include this quote that actually one of my colleagues found years ago by Jack Kerouac, who said, "I don't know, I don't care, and it doesn't make any difference." And that is generally how we think about anxiety, or apathy, excuse me, as sort of a lack of motivation, a lack of interest in doing things. This can sometimes come along with depression. Like I said, loss of getting pleasure from things that people used to enjoy is similar to apathy in some ways, but it can definitely occur as a problem on its own that has nothing to do with depression. So many people have some apathy, but their mood is fine, and that's how we distinguish them. Apathy related to depression is going to have some sadness, some low mood associated with it, where with pure apathy, people don't feel sad, they feel nothing. And this can be a big problem. It limits people from doing what they want to do, not because they necessarily consciously don't want to, but because oftentimes it doesn't cross their mind. I ask people, how much do you exercise? And they say, well, I can't find time, but they're sitting in front of their TV for 7 hours a day, and they just never get up to do it. And so apathy can be tough to treat. That's one mood problem where medications are not that helpful, unfortunately. And so because of that, we talk about a lot of non-medication strategies to try to manage it. The one that I tend to find the most useful is rather than each day trying to find the time, trying to find the motivation to do something, let's use exercise as an example, I find it useful to have people just build it into their schedule. Make a regular routine, pick a time, it doesn't matter, 10 a.m. every day, that's when I exercise. That way you're not sitting there trying to decide, trying to find the motivation to get up. That's your schedule, that's your routine, and keep yourself to it. Set alarms, make calendars, whatever it takes to kind of keep yourself on track and keep yourself accountable to get the things done that you need to do. I find it helpful both because of apathy and because a lot of people have some other cognitive issues that we'll talk about later. Breaking big tasks into smaller ones can be really helpful. It can be overwhelming to say, I'm going to go down and clean the basement. It can be much easier to say, I'm going to take care of these 3 boxes. And then once I'm done with those 3, I'll move on to the next 3. And with these, therapy can be helpful. We'll talk about therapy in general for mood in a minute, but therapy can be very helpful in kind of learning these tools and learning how to implement them in a way that's useful in your day-to-day life. And as I said before, medication's often not that helpful, but oftentimes we try. Sometimes antidepressant medications can be helpful for giving people a little bit of a boost, and so it's often worth a shot, although for apathy specifically, when there's not any depression with it, the effects from medications are often disappointing. So just a brief word on medication, especially for depression and anxiety. We always hate to say add another pill to your pill box, but they can be very helpful. First-line treatment for both of these problems is similar, which is good because a lot of people don't have one or the other, depression or anxiety. A lot of people have both. So the traditional medications that we use are what are called SSRIs or SNRIs. These are medications that basically preserve either serotonin or norepinephrine in the brain in the same way that some of our Parkinson's medications preserve dopamine. And there are a whole host of these medications without any real clear evidence that one is better than another. There are some studies that suggest that certain ones are more useful, but then there are other studies that contradict that. So really a lot of it is based on kind of what have people tried before, what is the ease of taking these medications, and some of them can be helpful for other problems. Like a few in the picture there, mirtazapine and trazodone in the bottom row. Those medications taken at night can be really helpful for sleep. So if people have anxiety and insomnia, we might choose one of those medicines. There are a few of them there, the duloxetine in the middle and the top, venlafaxine in the bottom right. Those can be helpful for pain. So if people have neuropathic pain or tingling, we may choose one of those medications. So oftentimes we can get a few benefits out of one and kind of treat the whole patient rather than just treating one problem. The last thing, like I said, that if anxiety or depression is an off symptom, Parkinson's medications can help. There's also some evidence that the dopamine agonist medications, those are pramipexole, rotigotine, and ropinirole, that maybe those are helpful for mood just on their own, even when it's not an off symptom. But primarily our medications are the kind of antidepressant medicines we'd use in someone who didn't have Parkinson's. As I said, there's also plenty we can do that's not medication. So things like counseling or therapy can be very helpful, and it's important to keep in mind that if you meet a therapist and you don't like them, that's not the time to give up, that's the time to find a new therapist. Exercise can be very helpful. As a couple people have said already this morning, exercise is critically important for Parkinson's, but it's also very helpful for mood. People find that their depression gets better, their anxiety gets better when they're more active. Again, it's an endorphin release in the brain. All these neurochemicals are related to each other, and exercise definitely helps with mood. And then other things like, some people find emotional support animals helpful, some people find support groups helpful. There are all sorts of things other than medications we can do, although it's often not one or the other, it's often a little bit of both. And then for anxiety specifically, oftentimes breathing exercises can be helpful, muscle relaxation exercises, meditation, all these kinds of things that are easy to incorporate in your day-to-day life. These are not necessarily things you need to go to a therapist for or to a class for. Get on YouTube and search breathing exercises for anxiety, and there's plenty out there that you can do from the comfort of your own home. So like I said, reducing these things is not just about doing one thing. It's not just about taking a medication, although often that helps. It's about living a good life, all the kind of things that you would do for Parkinson's anyway, that are also helpful for mood. And as I said before, it's not medication or these other things. Often it's a little bit of both. So with that, we'll move on to talk about the cognitive symptoms a little bit. And I want to start with what we refer to generally as psychosis, but specifically hallucinations and delusions. And I find that people get these terms mixed up all the time, so again, I wanted to make sure we're all on the same page about what we're talking about. And so just to go through a few definitions, hallucinations, first off, are seeing something, hearing something, feeling something that's not really there. So the picture on the slide there is a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's a living room full of cats. I hope that whoever owns that living room does not own that many cats. But this is what it can be. With Parkinson's, just like many of the movement problems are characterized by things being very small, handwriting is small, movements are small. Oftentimes the hallucinations are of small things. I don't know why it's always cats, but it's always cats. Sometimes it's small children, not always. I have, this always stuck with me, a patient who saw a construction crew just kind of loitering in their house. They weren't doing anything, they weren't building something, they were just kind of there. Kids sitting around the kitchen table. But the point is that these are things that people just see when there's not actually anything there. Illusions are sort of similar. They're sort of a version of hallucinations. But what we think about that as being is there is something there, but you see it as something else. So again, sometimes it's cats. Sometimes a pillow on the couch looks like a cat curled up. Sometimes a coat hanging on the coat rack looks like a person standing in the corner. So there is something there, but your brain, your mind is kind of misinterpreting what it is. And then delusions are a little bit different, and those are not sort of a sensory thing. People don't see anything or hear anything. They just strongly believe something that's not true. Unfortunately, some of these are kind of sad. So common delusions are people feeling that their spouse is cheating on them, that their children or their caregivers are stealing, that somebody's out to get them. But they're a version of the same thing where I kind of describe it to the patients as your mind is playing tricks on you, your disease is playing tricks on you, and this is something that we need to get under control. These, again, are fairly common. As I said, with the mood problems, these are not necessarily something that people deal with all the time for the entire time they have Parkinson's, but up to 50% of people will deal with these at some point. And there's a whole range. Sometimes a hallucination can be seeing a shadow out of the corner of your eye, you turn, there's nothing there, and that's that. But sometimes it can be more bothersome, more significant, and cause significant impacts in people's lives. Part of the reason this is so common is because these problems are partially a symptom of the disease, partially just part of Parkinson's, but also a common side effect with a lot of our medicines. That's what Dr. De Leon was talking about earlier with her combination of medications. That was what gave her some psychosis, and so oftentimes fixing the medication that caused it is just as useful as adding a medication to treat it. Pseudobulbar affect I mentioned briefly earlier. This is something that's very common in a number of neurologic diseases, not just Parkinson's. And what this is basically is an emotional dysregulation. So people cry more easily than they used to, laugh more easily than they used to, get angry more easily than they used to. Sometimes it is something that's appropriate to the situation. You get a old military veteran who hasn't cried in 30 years and now sad movies make him tear up every time. But sometimes it's completely unrelated to what's going on. There was an old song, probably from the 90s. There was a line, "I'm the kind of guy who laughs at a funeral." It's that person. And these oftentimes, again, are relatively mild, not bothersome, but can be a big deal for people. They can cause a lot of social anxiety, a lot of embarrassment. People don't want to go to events because people look at them funny. And again, it's something that if we recognize it, we can treat it. It's important to recognize it for what it is. And a lot of people with the sort of crying version of pseudobulbar affect, it often gets misinterpreted as depression. And it's important to recognize that because the treatments are different. For both of these problems, for the hallucinations, delusions related to Parkinson's, and for pseudobulbar affect, we have medications for them. With these ones, the sort of non-medication therapy kind of stuff is usually not that helpful, unfortunately, or at least less helpful. With these, really, medications are the name of the game. Like I said, with hallucinations or delusions, sometimes it is a side effect itself, and so fixing whatever's causing it can help. But when it's not, this medication, pimavanserin or Nuplazid, is a relatively newish medication that is specifically for hallucinations, delusions related to Parkinson's disease. There were treatments before that, don't get me wrong, but the old medications for these problems, what we call antipsychotics, they work perfectly well, but they work partially by blocking dopamine signals in the brain. And again, the big problem with Parkinson's, from a movement side at least, is that people already don't have enough dopamine, and so blocking dopamine further was very prone to causing side effects. This medication works on serotonin instead, and so it doesn't have that same risk, and so it's generally well tolerated. Thing to keep in mind is that it takes a while. It usually takes several weeks, up to a month or a month and a half to take effect. So oftentimes we'll use one of those older medicines sort of as a bridge to get people until their Nuplazid starts working. The medication on the bottom there, Nuedexta, is one for pseudobulbar affect. Can be extremely effective. I don't know how often it completely solves the problem, but as you can see there, up to 80% or so reduction in episodes, and that's a big thing for people. Kind of getting them more confident and getting them out in the world more without having to worry that they're going to laugh when it's not appropriate to do so. And so moving on to the kind of last main topic, I wanted to talk about cognitive symptoms a little bit. And the first thing to recognize is that most people with Parkinson's have some degree of cognitive changes. Maybe not right at the beginning, but at some point. But it's also important to recognize that most people with Parkinson's do not develop dementia. Some do. Different studies will give you different numbers. It's probably around 30, maybe 40%. But most people deal with milder cognitive changes. And these are things, again, Dr. De Leon touched on a little bit with her own experience, but things like trouble with multitasking, trouble with problem solving, trouble with mental math, what we generally refer to as executive function. And with a lot of thinking things, whether it's those things or even just what feels like memory, trouble recalling a word, It's not that you can't do these things, but that it's slow, that it takes twice as long as it used to. Just as everything else with Parkinson's, movement-wise is slow, thinking can be slow too. Usually this is not an early symptom with Parkinson's. Usually, especially the dementia, develops later on. And if people have early cognitive symptoms along with their movement symptoms, usually we think about a different diagnosis, something like Lewy body dementia, which can have a lot of the similar symptoms, but rather than having movement symptoms for a long time and then dementia later, it's usually both around the same time early on. Again, clarifying some terms, people get these mixed up all the time. Dementia is a general umbrella term for cognitive symptoms that affect function. So problems with thinking, problems with memory that limit your ability to do things for yourself. You used to be able to handle your medications, but now you're making so many mistakes that someone else had to help. Used to be able to drive, and not because of a motor problem, but because you were getting lost, you've had to give that up. Those are where we classify someone as having dementia, and that can be from many different causes. So Parkinson's is one cause of dementia. Most common, of course, is Alzheimer's disease, but there are many others, and some people have multiple causes. Some people have Alzheimer's disease and some vascular dementia, or something like that. I'm going to move a little bit fast through these since we're running short on time, but again, Alzheimer's and Parkinson's are two different things. People sometimes question, is my Parkinson's going to turn into Alzheimer's? The answer is no. They're different on a brain cell level. Like we said, Parkinson's affects dopamine, affects a structure called the substantia nigra, where movement comes from. But when those changes in the brain that start in the substantia nigra spread to other parts of the brain, that's when we can have some cognitive symptoms. Like I said, Lewy body dementia is sort of similar to Parkinson's in some ways. It has a lot of the same movement problems, but has more prominent cognitive symptoms early on. It goes by different names depending on who you ask. I prefer the term Lewy body dementia, but some people call it dementia with Lewy bodies, diffuse Lewy body disease, Lewy body being the name of the structural problem that's happening in the neurons. And like I said, Parkinson's dementia, Lewy body dementia generally, is very common, not among all people with Parkinson's, but it's the second most common cause of dementia after Alzheimer's disease. Like I said, true Lewy body dementia causes cognitive changes early on, although when people get dementia related to Parkinson's disease, a lot of the symptoms are similar, they just come later. Hallucinations are common with this, unfortunately. Parkinsonism, the kind of movement problems that people with Parkinson's have, happen in Lewy body dementia too. And then the other thing that's important to mention is that people with Lewy body dementia, or even dementia related to Parkinson's, can be very sensitive to any changes in their dopamine system. So sometimes dopamine medications, classic Cinemet, your dopamine agonists, will trigger hallucinations more in these people. And so sometimes we'll have to scale back the Parkinson's medications because they're just causing too many cognitive side effects. And these are the people where really those old anti-hallucination medications can cause problems, very sensitive to the side effects of those medicines. Again, we do have medications to help with these things. These are the main four that we have in terms of treatments for cognitive symptoms, whether they're from Parkinson's or Alzheimer's or anything else. The first category there are usually our first line. We'll start with one of those three. They all work essentially the same way. They all come as pills, and then the top two, donepezil, just recently they released a patch version of that. That is a patch that you change once a week. And then rivastigmine also comes as a skin patch. That's a once a day. These are used, like I said, for cognitive symptoms, whether related to Parkinson's or from anything else. And then there's a second category of medications. I say category, but there's really only one, which is memantine or Namenda, and that's one that we'll often add on later when things are getting a little bit more advanced. Again, those old anti-hallucination medications can cause problems, can cause more confusion. Some other medicines can too, some over-the-counter cold medicines even. Anti-nausea medications, some of them also work on the dopamine system. They can cause the same problems. And then even some older Parkinson's medications, things like Artane or trihexyphenidyl, can cause more confusion in people who are already prone to it. Like I said, with the mood things, there's also a lot we can do other than medications. Keeping a consistent routine is very helpful. People with memory problems can still learn much of the time. It just takes a lot more repetition and a lot more consistency to do it. Evaluating for triggers, looking for things that are particularly confusing, particularly bothersome, and trying to reduce those as much as possible. And keeping busy with exercise or social activities, ways to keep active despite limitations are, again, important for Parkinson's in general, but especially for memory problems. Other types of therapy, whether it's formal therapy with a therapist or group classes, music therapy, exercise, adult day services where people can go for a day, give their care partners a break, but also have some fun, is very helpful. And then music is huge. Music, for a lot of people, even who don't have memory problems, hearing a song from 20 years ago can kind of take you back to those times. Music can do the same thing for people who have memory problems. And so just in summary, with mental health, with cognitive problems, we attack these kinds of issues from multiple directions, medications and non-medications. But the biggest things is knowing what they are, knowing that these are a symptom of Parkinson's. They are not a character flaw. They are not something to be ashamed of or to keep to yourself. It's something to bring up, to talk with your doctor about, because if we know it's a problem, we can help, but we can't help if we don't know it's a problem. And so with that, thank you. It's been a pleasure being here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Dr. Whitney. One more time for Dr. Whitney. Again, incredible takeaways. It's okay to not be okay, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. And I think that is a great segue into realizing that that is an invaluable service, that our care advisors are there. They are a resource. They are an ear. They are anyone that you can just talk to, ask questions. They're going to point you in the direction towards those resources. And then those support groups. There's nothing better than a safe space to be able to talk about some of these very difficult conversations and how to deal with some of those emotions. So again, incredible presentation. So before we move on, everyone got one of these amazing bags, right? Did everyone get one of these amazing bags? Yes. Right here in that front magical pocket is this amazing program. And in here is where you should be taking notes. There's spaces for you to write from all the presentations, but also has that agenda. And we're getting ready to go into our first break, and all those exhibitor booths are going to be open. But before you all depart, remember that all Neuro Challenge programs are available to you at no charge, thanks to the generosity of our community of donors, foundations, grantors, and corporate sponsors. So if you are enjoying today's program, please make a gift at Neuro Challenge. You can visit us at the table, and thanks to our incredible marketing team, right on the program is a QR code that you can just scan with your phone. Again, a gift, no matter the size, will have lasting impact to keep all the programs, even what you're experiencing today, available to you at no cost. So this is going to be our first 45-minute break. All exhibitors are officially open, including interactive demonstrations in the exhibit area behind the black curtain. And attention caregivers, please pick up a complimentary caregiver gift that is available to you at the Neuro Challenge table. And be sure to stop at the photo booth and take those selfies and say cheese. So if you are joining us at home, please stay tuned for a special presentation on the basics and importance of care advising on your Parkinson's journey with Diane Conti, our care advisor with Neuro Challenge Foundation, and we will see you back live at 11:05 Eastern Time. So everyone in the room, enjoy your break.
Hi, my name is Diane. I'm one of the care advisors with Neuro Challenge Foundation for Parkinson's. Welcome to PD 101, or Parkinson's Disease 101. This program is supported by a community grant from the Parkinson's Foundation. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. So today we're going to talk about understanding Parkinson's disease and the role of Neuro Challenge Foundation. What is Parkinson's disease? Parkinson's is a movement disorder that can affect your ability to perform daily living skills and activities. It's a chronic and progressive disorder of the brain and central nervous system, and the symptoms can gradually worsen over time. It's marked by a deficiency of a chemical messenger in the brain called dopamine. If you take a look at these pictures here, you'll see on the left is a picture of a healthy brain. On the right is a picture of a Parkinson's brain. The red indicates the dopamine levels in each of these images, and you can see in the Parkinson's brain, the dopamine is significantly reduced. Parkinson's is characterized most commonly by motor symptoms, but also manifests as non-motor symptoms, which we'll talk more about in a little bit. The reduced production of this dopamine can affect movement, mood, and thinking. Here's 10 early signs of Parkinson's disease. Tremor is probably the most commonly recognized. The small handwriting, known as micrographia, loss of smell, trouble sleeping, difficulty moving or walking, constipation, a soft or low voice, a masked facial expression, dizziness or fainting, and the stooping or hunching over. These are the 4 main symptoms, and it's important to know that 2 of these 4 main symptoms must be present over a period of time for a neurologist to consider a Parkinson's diagnosis. That would be the shaking or tremor, the slowness of movement, also known as bradykinesia, the stiffness or rigidity of the arms, legs, or trunk, and trouble with balance or possible falls, also known as the postural instability. Most common signs including for the motor symptoms include the involuntary tremors, the slowness of movement, the rigidity or stiffness of the muscles, impaired balance and postural instability. Can also include difficulty initiating movement, episodes of freezing, which is the inability to actually engage in a movement, and the overreactivity of muscles, known as dyskinesia. Some of the non-motor symptoms are sleep problems, constipation, decreased facial expression, depression, anxiety, slurred speech, apathy, loss of smell, and cognitive impairments. Many people have these symptoms prior to their diagnosis. When people with Parkinson's were asked to identify 3 symptoms with the greatest impact on their daily lives, the highest responses were related to the motor symptoms, impaired balance and coordination, and then the cognitive impairments or sleep issues. Cognitive impairments may include slowed thinking, memory, trouble paying attention or learning new things, difficulty remembering words or names, and multitasking. Delusions and hallucinations may also become a factor as well. Parkinson's disease is very individualized. Although we've talked about some of the common physical and non-physical symptoms, it's important to know that not every person experiences the same symptoms. They vary significantly from person to person, as well as the rate of progression. So when we talk about these stages of Parkinson's, it's difficult to put an actual time frame on moving from one stage to the other, again, because it is so individualized. But when we talk about early Parkinson's, we're looking at stages 1 and 2, and those are more of the mild symptoms. The movement symptoms may be inconvenient, but they don't affect the daily living activities. In the middle stage, it's more of a moderate. Stage 3 is more of a moderate stage. The body moves more slowly, may have some trouble with balance or in coordination. In advanced Parkinson's, in stages 4 and 5, it can become much more difficult to walk. Person may not be able to get out of bed without some assistance, may need to use a wheelchair regularly, and so forth. These stages help the doctor diagnose where you're at with the progression of your disease, which can help with treatment planning. So who has Parkinson's? Parkinson's can affect anyone regardless of race, ethnicity, or gender. Up to 1.5 million people are living with Parkinson's disease in the US. This is more than the combined number of people diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, muscular dystrophy, and Lou Gehrig's together. There are about 100,000 Americans diagnosed each year with Parkinson's. More than 10 million people worldwide are living with PD. And we know that about 10,000 people in the 6 counties that we serve are affected with Parkinson's disease. Incidence of Parkinson's can increase with age, and about 15% of people with Parkinson's disease are diagnosed before the age of 50. And that's classified as young onset or early onset Parkinson's. The average age of onset is about 62 years old. And Parkinson's can affect both men and women. So what causes Parkinson's disease? The cause of Parkinson's is still unknown, although there is some evidence for the role of genetics, environmental factors, or a combination of both. It's possible that there could be more than one cause of the disease. As far as environmental factors go, we're looking at things such as exposure, prolonged exposure to environmental toxins, such as pesticides or Agent Orange. It's estimated that 10 to 15% of cases of Parkinson's disease are due to genetic causes, repeated head trauma, a person's age, and as I mentioned, many cases can be idiopathic with no known origin. So when you're diagnosed with Parkinson's, the first thing to do, if you've not already seen a neurologist or a movement disorder specialist, is to get a referral. A movement disorder specialist is a neurologist that has additional training specific to movement disorders, such as Parkinson's. The diagnosis is made on clinical examination and your medical history. The response that someone has to Parkinson's medications can also help support the diagnosis. Seeking care from an occupational therapist, physical therapist, or speech therapist would be the next steps once you've been diagnosed. Some people meet with medical social workers to talk about how Parkinson's may affect your everyday life as you move through the journey. Starting a regular exercise program is very important once you receive your diagnosis, and we'll talk more about that in a little bit. Talking with family and friends who can provide you with the support you need is also an important role once you've been diagnosed. Some of the members of the Parkinson's team are you and your care partner. It's very important to know that you are your own best advocate. A neurologist or a certified movement disorder specialist, the physical, occupational, and speech therapist that we've mentioned, the social worker. Some people will see a nutritionist, a personal trainer. Some other members of a Parkinson's team may also include mental health providers, such as a psychologist, a psychiatrist, or counselors, an optometrist, ophthalmologist, dermatologist, or even a urologist. Again, varies from person to person based on what your needs are. So fighting Parkinson's disease, these are the things that we want to talk a little bit more detail about. Managing medications, exercise, nutrition, education, social support, and the positive attitude. We're going to go deeper into each of these here. So medication is used to help manage the symptoms as well as prolong the current level of function. The purpose of medication is to restore the brain's concentrations of dopamine to near normal levels. Carbidopa-levodopa is the most common medication. The dose of each of these medications is very unique for each person. The timing of the medication is very important. It will help your body have that constant level of the medications to prevent on and off times. And off time is when your levels of dopamine are lower. So it can happen as your medication is wearing off or while you're waiting for a new dose to kick in. Taking water with your medication helps with the absorption. The medication, carbidopa-levodopa, is absorbed through the intestine. So, excuse me, it has a ways to travel, and the water will help get it to the area in which it is absorbed. There are a lot of options for this medication. There is the regular carbidopa, levodopa, there's extended release, there are inhalers, a patch, a duopo pump, and there's also an option, a surgical option called deep brain stimulation. Exercise is as important as medication. It is very crucial to help maintain mobility, strength, and flexibility. It helps improve the ability to continue your ADLs, your daily living skills. There are some exercises such as pedaling for Parkinson's and rock steady boxing that were designed specifically for Parkinson's, but there are a lot of other options out there. Yoga, dance, walking, Tai Chi, aqua aerobics, and even voice aerobics to help with maintaining your voice level. The ideal exercise program is dependent on the individual disease and the severity. They do recommend a minimum of 2.5 times per week to be impactful in helping to slow the progression of the disease. Your exercise program should include stretching, aerobic activity, and resistance or strength training. And of course, you need to clear any new activity with the doctor and be sure to put your safety first. As far as nutrition goes, there's not an actual diet for Parkinson's. They do tend to recommend the Mediterranean diet and to drink adequate water. Some doctors will ask that you drink half of your body weight in ounces of water per day. It sounds like a lot, but it can definitely help with constipation, dehydration, and as I mentioned previously, helping to get the medication absorbed into your system. So the Mediterranean diet offers fiber-rich foods, lean proteins, limited sugar and caffeine. So again, all of this can help maintain your current levels of movement, and the diet and Parkinson's medication can impact each other as well. So levodopa medications such as Sinemet, carbidopa, levodopa extended release capsules like Ritari and Stalevo work best on an empty stomach. However, for some people, taking the medication on an empty stomach can cause some nausea as a side effect. So it might not be the best option. In that case, it may be helpful to take it with some saltine crackers. For others, taking Parkinson's medications close to a protein-rich meal may interfere with the absorption of the drug into the blood, causing it to work slower or less effectively. So doctors will recommend taking the medication about 30 minutes before a protein meal or waiting until an hour after your protein meal. As far as education, we know we get power out of knowledge. So by attending educational forums, wellness clubs, online webinars, symposiums, and our expo to learn about the most current research, therapies, and treatment options can be incredibly empowering. The more you know, the more you'll be able to have an input and be your own advocate in your Parkinson's journey. I also want to put a shout out here to clinical research. If you go to clinicaltrials.gov, you will find a list of all research being done. We encourage you to think about being in a clinical study. Without the research, we're not able to progress further with our knowledge of Parkinson's and finding appropriate treatments. An optimal way to fight Parkinson's disease is through social support. Support groups help guard against isolation, fear, and depression. Meeting with others in similar situations is very empowering. Continuing to stay engaged with family and friends can be very empowering and can help you moving forward to guard against the depression. Continue to pursue activities and events with others that are enjoyable. Do what you enjoy. Have a positive attitude. Be a Parkinson's fighter, not a sufferer. Focus on the present moment and focus on all the positives. Attitude is everything, so pick a good one. Who we are. So Neuro Challenge Foundation, we are a local 501c3 nonprofit service, and we serve Sarasota, Manatee, Pinellas, Charlotte, and Highlands, and Marion counties. Since the pandemic, we've extended our service into the virtual world, so we're able to offer our services without limitations. Our mission is to improve the quality of life of people with Parkinson's and their caregivers today. We're currently serving more than 2,700 people affected by Parkinson's each year, and all of our services are free of charge. We strive to achieve our mission by providing people with Parkinson's and their caregivers a better approach to Parkinson's. In that better approach to Parkinson's, we offer these services. We have care advisors, such as myself, and we are here to help people with Parkinson's and their caregivers navigate the journey of Parkinson's by education, helping to provide support and community resource referrals. If you are interested in meeting with a care advisor, just give us a call. My number is on the screen, 941-926-6413. We'll be happy to meet with you. We can meet via the phone, we can do a Zoom meeting, or we can meet in person if possible. And we'll be happy to talk with you about where you're at with your journey, things to expect along the way, and what resources are out there to help you meet your goals and slow the progression. We also provide monthly educational support and therapeutic programs. We're facilitating over 45 monthly programs. We offer some of those programs in person and some of them are virtual as well. We encourage you to take a look at our program calendar on our website for the most up-to-date information about both the in-person and virtual programs that are being offered. We offer a Distinguished Speaker Series semi-annually, and these are a mid-size education program with local speakers presenting on various topics that are related to Parkinson's. We host the annual Parkinson's Symposium in partnership with Sarasota Memorial Healthcare System. And we have our annual Expo. It's our signature event, day-long event to create, educate, engage, and empower the Parkinson's community. Again, we have the three tiers here: the support programs, the therapeutic exercise programs, and the education programs. All people affected by Parkinson's disease live a life wellness with hope for the future. And our core values, our team is committed to excellence, compassion, empowerment, innovation, and partnership. Our strategic goals include to increase access while maintaining exceptional quality and impactful programs and services, to educate healthcare professionals and support effective diagnosis and treatment of Parkinson's, to improve long-term financial health and sustainability, to embrace and cultivate a culture of philanthropy, and to strengthen organizational infrastructure and operations. For more information, you can visit our website at www.neurochallenge.org. Again, our program calendar is listed there for all of our upcoming events. And a reminder that all of our services are free of charge. You can sign up for our newsletter or email us at info@neurochallenge.org or contact our office again for the care advising session. We do not need a doctor's referral. You can just reach out to us again at 941-926-6413. I wanted to touch on the red tulip here. In 1980, a Dutch horticulturalist developed a red and white tulip, naming it for Dr. James Parkinson. The red tulip then became the international symbol for the World Parkinson's Disease, celebrated annually on April 11th. In 2010, two people with Parkinson's further developed the symbol, adding a P and D in the shape of the green leaves. One smile, one friendship, one disease, one flower. Again, we appreciate you being with us today. Together we are strong. Please let us know if we can help you moving forward in any way, and enjoy the rest of the expo.
And you have 10 minutes until our programming resumes. All right, everyone, we are just 5 minutes away from resuming the programming at our 6th annual Parkinson's Expo. So grab those final coffees, grab those waters, and make your way back into the auditorium. We are just 5 minutes away. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to continue on with this incredible expo. Okay, so up first, we are going to be having Elise Courant, who is the professional sales representative for Supernus Pharmaceuticals. So without further ado, please welcome to the stage, Elise.
Hello, thank you all for being here today. My name is Alyssa Courant. I am with Supernus Pharmaceuticals, and today we have a special treat with Dr. Robert Hauser. He will be giving a talk about one of our medications, GoCovery, which is indicated for the treatment of both dyskinesia and off time. So without further ado, Dr. Hauser.
Okay, thank you, Elise. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? All right, here we go. Let's see if I can find stuff. Ah, it's stuck. Okay. Okay, gentlemen, am I on? Slides up. Okay, they are up. Okay, let's get them going. Okay, well, hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Robert Hauser. I'm Director of the Parkinson's Disease and Movement Disorders at the University of South Florida, which is just up the road here in Tampa. Today, I've been asked to give this promotional presentation, which is sponsored by Supernus Pharmaceuticals, the makers of GoCovery. I'm presenting this information in this talk on behalf of Supernus. I'll focus today on motor features, especially what we call motor complications of Parkinson's disease. I understand you've already had some talks on non-motor features of Parkinson's disease, so I won't really be touching on those. I'll talk about motor complications, and we'll also focus on the medication GoCovery, which is manufactured by Supernus. And so GoCovery, the medication, is indicated for the treatment of dyskinesia. We'll talk about that. In patients with Parkinson's disease who are receiving levodopa-based therapy with or without other dopamine medications. And it's also indicated as an adjunctive treatment to levodopa-carbidopa in patients who are experiencing off episodes. So as you heard Elise say, it's a medication that is used to treat both off and dyskinesia, and that's what I'll explain in this talk today. So what do we cover? Well, we'll talk about motor complications, which are off episodes and dyskinesia. What are they? How they affect daily life, impact of treatment, and treatment options. Okay, so let's step back and think a little bit. Where are we headed? Well, you all know that Parkinson's disease is a progressive disorder. And so where do we want to go ultimately? Well, ultimately, we want to be able to diagnose Parkinson's disease even before people get the motor features of Parkinson's disease, slowness, stiffness, tremor. And so how are we going to do that? Well, we know that the vast majority of Parkinson's disease patients get decreased sense of smell, and they also get movements at night, hitting, kicking, speaking. And so I think in the future we're going to see general practitioners maybe test your sense of smell, maybe ask about sleep. Do you hit and kick in your sleep at night? And individuals who say yes may undergo some tests for Parkinson's disease to see if they have it, even before they have slowness, stiffness, tremor. And then there may be additional testing. Today we have DAT scan, which is a dopamine brain scan to see if people are losing dopamine neurons. Today we also have skin biopsies. I don't know if anyone's talking about in today's conference, but in Parkinson's disease, we see clumping of a protein called synuclein, and you can actually see that in the nerves of the skin, and so skin biopsies can reveal Parkinson's disease and help with the diagnosis. And they're now, just now, beginning to be reports that you can see clumps of synuclein on blood tests. That's not ready for prime time yet, because you have to look really hard in exactly the right spot but in the future, it seems very clear that we will have blood tests for Parkinson's disease. So again, what do we want to do? We want to diagnose Parkinson's disease well before people develop slowness, stiffness, tremor, and then we want to apply an intervention, a medication, hopefully, that'll slow progression of Parkinson's disease and really help people, especially in the long term where things can get very difficult, as you know. But we don't have those things today, really. So what happens today? Well, when we see patients in the office, we make a diagnosis. Today, it's still a clinical diagnosis. We make the diagnosis based on the presence of 2 out of 3 slow and small movement, stiffness, and tremor. And in addition, Parkinson's disease tends to be an asymmetric disorder. It almost always starts on one side, and one side is worse. And we also say we expect to see improvement with dopamine medication. And really, we mean the most effective medication, which is levodopa, as I'll explain further. Now, when I say that with regard to effective improvement, I do always caution my patients. Tremor is tricky because a lot of times tremor doesn't improve with levodopa. So when I say we're going to look for improvement, I emphasize that we're looking for improvement in slow and small movement, especially. Do you walk better? Do you move better? Et cetera, as part of the diagnosis. And so what happens here? Well, so patients often will ask, how am I going to do? You've given me a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, what's going to happen? And that's when I explain again, levodopa is the most effective medication with the fewest side effects, and most of our early patients do go on levodopa. And I say to them, the medications we have today typically do a pretty good job for slow and small movement and stiffness for about 4 to 5 years. And between 4 and 5 years and 10 years, that's when things change. Patients begin to notice that their levodopa starts lasting a shorter and shorter amount of time. And many patients in that period from 4 to 10 years start to develop what looks like a sensitivity to levodopa. When levodopa is increasing and dopamine in the brain is increasing, they get twisting, turning movements called dyskinesia. And then things become more difficult 10 years out and more when a lot of patients have difficulty with thinking and memory and balance. And that gets back to why we do so much research. How do we slow progression of disease? Because we don't really have good treatments for balance problems or thinking and memory problems, and I think it's going to be hard to develop those kinds of things. So to get back to the treatments that we use levodopa, and you may say, well, wait a minute, I'm not on levodopa, I'm on carbidopa-levodopa, so why is that carbidopa in there? Well, if you give levodopa alone, a lot of it doesn't reach the brain. It gets metabolized to dopamine in the blood, and so the carbidopa is there to help that levodopa get up to the brain. When it gets made into dopamine in the blood, it causes a lot of nausea and vomiting. So back in the day, when doctors were trying to figure out how do we improve Parkinson's disease, and they recognized that dopamine was low in the brain, well, why not give dopamine? Well, dopamine itself doesn't get to the brain, so you have to give the precursor, the thing that's made into dopamine in the brain, which is levodopa. But if you just give levodopa, very little gets up into the brain. A lot of it is turned into dopamine in the blood that causes a lot of nausea and vomiting. So it was very hard to prove that levodopa helped. But when they combined it with carbidopa, that carbidopa sends a lot more levodopa up to the brain, greatly reduces nausea and vomiting, and that's what the carbidopa is about. It doesn't improve the Parkinson's, but it helps the levodopa get up into the brain and provide benefit. Now, when we give carbidopa-levodopa, at our center we start at a low dose and we slowly go up. We typically go up to a standard dose of 1 tablet 3 times a day. And people generally take it about 5 hours apart, let's say 7 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. And as I said, we expect to see a pretty good response. We expect patients to come back and say, hey doc, you did a pretty good job, my slowness and slow and small movements improved. And we say, okay, that makes sense. That really helps confirm the diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. And then we say, is your medication lasting from dose to dose? And almost always patients say, yeah, I'm kind of the same all through the day. And the reason is because the levodopa gets up to remaining dopamine neurons, is converted to dopamine, and those neurons store the dopamine and slowly release it over many hours. So even though the levodopa in the blood goes up and down, and it's only in the blood for about 2 hours, it gets up into those remaining neurons, is turned into dopamine, is stored and released over many hours. So patients initially say, doc, great job, it's lasting from dose to dose, I'm doing well. Remember the caveat though, tremor may or may not respond, but the slow and small movement did. But what happens over time as patients come back a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, they start to say, you know what? I don't know that the levodopa is really lasting from dose to dose as well. I'm taking it 5 hours apart, and now at 4 hours, 4.5 hours, it seems to be losing benefit, and some of my motor features are returning. My slow and small movement returns, and my gait, my small steps are coming back, my hand movements are getting slow again, maybe my voice is soft, my facial expression goes down. And so that's a wearing off of the benefit of levodopa through that cycle. And that's where the term off comes from. Patients say, my medication is worn off, and we say, aha, that's an off state. So what we say is the off state is when your medication is not providing full benefit. So if off is when the medication is not providing full benefit, what are we going to call the state when the medication is providing full benefit? You tell me. On, exactly. So a lot of people get confused about that, but it comes from your medication is wearing off. And as the disease progresses and people lose more and more dopamine neurons, patients begin to say, well, you know, doc, now it's not lasting 4.5 hours anymore, it's lasting 4 hours. And then as the years go on, it's only lasting 3.5 hours and 3 hours. And patients begin to fluctuate clinically, in other words, in their daily lives, what's happening with the medication. Remember, I said it really only stays in the blood about 2 to 2.5 hours. So after many years, many of our patients will say, geez, the medication only provides benefit for about 2.5 to 3 hours. And there's one other problem that patients have with regard to levodopa. It doesn't get absorbed in the stomach. It's got to go past the stomach to get absorbed in the small bowel. And Parkinson's, remember, is not just in the brain, it's also in the nerves to the stomach. So many patients with Parkinson's disease have slow stomach function. So you may take the pill, and it may stick around in the stomach for 45 minutes, an hour and a half. It's not doing any benefit when it's in the stomach. It's got to get past the stomach to get absorbed. So not only do patients say it's not lasting as long, but it's taking longer to get into the system, and the amount of time it's taking to get absorbed is more variable. So that's one part of the story. The other part of the story is that over time, patients become sensitive to the medication such that when levodopa is peaking in blood and dopamine's peaking in brain, they experience additional movements that Parkinson's disease by itself untreated, you don't see. And these are the dyskinesias. Dyskinesias are twisting, turning movements or pulling movements. So this kind of looks like this, twisting, turning, or pulling. Some people have pulling in the arms or pulling in the neck, or maybe pulling in the jaw or lips. So it's very important for your doctor to understand what's happening with regard to your levodopa cycles. And if you can talk the same language as your doctor, they'll be able to adjust your medications and make changes a lot better. So let's see what the first slide says. Here are the important terms to know. So off time, levodopa is at low levels and not working as well. That's just what I said. And you're seeing a return of the Parkinson motor features, slow and small movement, stiffness, and tremor. Now let me just say a word about tremor. Tremor is tricky. Remember I said some patients' tremor doesn't respond at all to levodopa, so those patients, they just, even if they're fluctuating up and down, and a patient may say, well, my slowness and stiffness comes back, their tremor may not fluctuate at all with levodopa if it doesn't respond. Other patients don't have any tremor, so they don't fluctuate with regard to their tremor. But also remember, tremor tends to fluctuate just on the basis of your emotional state. So some patients will say, you know, when I'm watching that basketball game, my tremor becomes much worse. That's not necessarily tremor getting worse because the levodopa is wearing off. That's just a change in your emotional state. So tremor is tricky, and that's why I tend to emphasize what's happening to your movement. Slow and small movement, that's when can you tell that the levodopa is wearing off because slow and small movement's coming back. Now, if a patient says, clearly, I take my levodopa, my tremor is greatly reduced or goes away, and it comes back or gets worse when my levodopa is wearing off, aha, okay, that person's tremor responds, and I can judge off by the tremor. Okay, so we talked about off is when dopamine in the brain is low, levodopa is low, dopamine in the brain is low. Dyskinesia, levodopa is too high for that individual person because they've developed a sensitivity to it. And what's in between? Well, that's the good stuff. We call that therapeutic levels of levodopa. And clinically, what's happening to the patient? What's happening to you? Well, that's your good response. And this is a term that I actually coined almost 25 years ago called good on time. And people forget what good on time actually means. Remember I said on means medication is working, and good on actually means that you either don't have dyskinesia or the dyskinesia is so slight it's not a bother to you. Because some patients, they don't have any good response time without dyskinesia. So if I see a patient and they're getting a good response, they're moving well, and they have just a tiny bit of dyskinesia, that still counts as good time for them. But the point being, good on time is that good therapeutic zone, you're getting a good response to medication, and dyskinesia is not so bad that it's a bother. So that's what we're shooting for. We're trying to get patients in that good on time all the way through the day. That's the good function for them. So just as I said, Parkinson's symptoms can reemerge, and when they do reemerge, that's what we call off time. And also remember, a lot of patients develop off first thing in the morning. Many patients will say, you know, doc, when I wake up, I'm slow and I'm stiff. I take my levodopa, and it may take initially maybe 20 minutes to kick in. As time goes on, they may say it may take an hour or maybe more to kick in. That's morning off. And again, I'll say, well, does your medication last from dose to dose? That's the key question. If it doesn't, how long does it last, and how much is the gap between doses? How bad are your symptoms when they return in between doses? And that helps me decide, what do we need to do? And the slide reiterates what I said. I'm asking about slow and small movement, stiffness, and tremor. The slide says falls, but falls in Parkinson's disease are a late problem. They tend to occur 8, 9, 10 years out, and they may or may not fluctuate with levodopa fluctuations. Okay. So one thing to emphasize here is the movements, the extra movements of Parkinson's disease tend to fall into these two categories, tremor and dyskinesia, and it's easy to confuse these, so I just want to emphasize. Tremor looks like this. Tremor is shaking back and forth. Tremor is low dopamine, and that tends to occur during off periods. So again, if a patient says my tremor goes away or is greatly reduced when medication is working and comes back when the medication wears off, that means they're off. On the other hand, twisting, turning is dyskinesia. That's a sign of high dopamine, and then I may have to adjust it or treat it. So is that pretty clear, the difference? Dyskinesia, twisting, turning, or pulling. Tremor, shaking back and forth. Tremor, low dopamine. Dyskinesia, high dopamine. Okay. So are these common? Yeah, they are very common. Off episodes, over time, there's an increase in prevalence. In other words, how many people have it, of about 10% per year. So we commonly say about 50% of Parkinson patients have it by 5 years in. And the slide says maybe 40 to 50% within 2 years. Well, it depends how close you look. I may see a patient 2 years out, and I may say, well, is your medication lasting from dose to dose? And they'll say, well, it kind of is. I can kind of tell it's wearing off a little bit. Maybe my tremor gets a little bit worse. And that might not be something that requires any treatment changes. But 5 years out, they may say, yeah, after 4 hours, the medication wears off, and I get slow and stiff. I can barely get out of a chair. That's something I need to react and treat. Dyskinesia isn't quite as common or frequent. It tends to come a little bit later than off time. Again, the slide says 30% at 2 years. If it's really slight, I may not need to do anything about it, but if it becomes more prominent, I do. The other thing to remember is that off is too low dopamine, dyskinesia is too high dopamine, and when I think about changes, it creates an issue. If a person's having lots of off time and they're too slow, and I want to increase their medication, if I increase their medication, I'm going to be moving them up. If they already have some dyskinesia, that dyskinesia is going to get worse, and I have some additional slides to show you on that. Okay. So this just shows what's going on out there in the population. There are about 1 million people in the United States diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. About 750,000 are diagnosed and treated with levodopa, and about half of those are experiencing off and or dyskinesia. And one of the things that's really interesting to me is that often dyskinesia are like two sides of the same coin. And some of the studies that I've done have shown is that if you have off, you're at increased risk of dyskinesia. If you have dyskinesia, you're at increased risk of off. So these two things tend to go together. In addition, young onset patients are at high risk for both. The younger you are at disease onset or diagnosis, the more you are at risk for developing both these motor fluctuations with off and dyskinesia. So who do you know who was diagnosed at a young age who has dyskinesia? Michael J. Fox, right? He was diagnosed at 30. And almost always when you see him on media appearances, he's in his dyskinetic state. He feels he can move better while he has dyskinesia, so he'll often time his medication to be dyskinetic rather than off. When he's off, he's very, very slow and has difficulty moving. Another interesting thing that we see a lot is that dyskinesia tends to be underreported. There's a phenomenon in neurology that we call agnosia, which just means an inability to recognize. And a lot of times doctors will sit with a patient, and the patient will be sitting there and will say, well, are you having any dyskinesia? No. Do you know what dyskinesia is? Yeah, it's twisting, turning movements. Are you having any of those? No. And there's something about it, I mean, it sounds funny, but there's something about dyskinesia that it's hard for a Parkinson's disease patient to recognize. Not everyone, but many. And on the other hand, the care partner often dislikes the dyskinesia quite a bit because our eyes don't like seeing distracting things moving in the periphery of our vision. So to get the best report of what's going on, we always like to see the patient and the care partner together. Even with off, I like to ask the care partner, well, what do you see? Can you tell when the medication's worn off? What do you see? Can you see slow movement? How do you recognize when the medication's worn off? And I think now's a good time to say there's some things that are not off or that are not low dopamine. These are things like, well, we all kind of get tired in the afternoon. I have kind of an afternoon slump. That's not my levodopa wearing off because I'm not on levodopa. Also, low blood pressure can interfere with function. So a lot of times low blood pressure can come after you take high blood pressure medication or after meals. So that's why I like to say, well, what do you actually see? And if the care partner says, oh, he slows down, his steps are small, he has trouble getting out of a chair, that's real good confirmation that we really are seeing a low dopamine state of off. Okay. Whoops, did that one. Let's get back on track here. Okay, so both off and dyskinesia have significant impact. Both create problems with doing activities of daily living. It's hard, if you can't move well, clearly you have impact on activities, but dyskinesia too. One of the interesting things to me is that many, many studies have shown that dyskinesia is related to an increased risk of falls, but it also interferes with lots of functions as well. Many patients are embarrassed, they don't like to go out, it can interfere with eating and dressing, etc. So both off and dyskinesia can have significant impact with patients. So what do we do about it? Well, this slide tries to show you, and on the left there, it says up or down on levodopa. So just think you're seeing a patient who has both off time, too low, and dyskinesia too high, and you're trying to fit in this medication that's going up and down. What do? If you increase it, they're going to get more dyskinesia. If you lower it, they're going to get more off. So you're sort of on this seesaw that makes it very hard in a patient who has both off and dyskinesia. There are some medications that we call add-on medications, so the medications that we use to treat off, and they boost the dopamine system in the brain. All of those are effective at reducing off, but they tend to cause more dyskinesia, so that's a problem. We do have deep brain stimulation out there, so I do tell patients, if you respond to levodopa and you're going up and down so much that my medication changes are inadequate to get reasonable control, deep brain stimulation is an option. But the option that we're going to talk about further today is an add-on medication that's approved to treat both off and dyskinesia, and that's Gocovri, as I'll show you. Now, before we get to that, this is just another illustration of this seesaw and why things are so difficult when patients have both. We talked about off time is low dopamine. If a patient has a lot of off time, we may want to increase levodopa. If a patient's having a lot of dyskinesia, we want to decrease levodopa. But if we decrease levodopa, we will get more off time. If we increase levodopa, we'll get more dyskinesia. And remember, we want to try and stay in that good zone, that good on-time zone, that green there. But over time, as patients develop what we call a smaller and smaller therapeutic zone, it gets harder and harder to fit those fluctuations of levodopa into that good zone. So Gocovri is the first and only treatment approved for both dyskinesia and off. It can be used to treat either one, and that's why it is unique. And here's how it works. You can see here it's taken in the evening, and it's slowly absorbed overnight while you sleep. It has these nice high concentrations in the morning, ready to go when you wake up, and these concentrations are maintained through the day. And in our studies that we've done, when we look at the benefit, this is what's called the pivotal trial. These are patients who came into a study with dyskinesia. Most of them also have off. What we saw was a 27% decrease in dyskinesia, 36% decrease in off time, and a 29% in good on time overall. And one of the things that I've worked on is to think about, well, how do we demonstrate this? I guess I can't point, but if you look at where it says nighttime dosing, you see what we call under awake. I call that the train track, and that kind of shows in one patient an example of how they're doing through the day. So you see initially it's gray, and that's when they're asleep, and then they wake up and they have good on time, but then they have dyskinesia where it says 2. So this person presumably woke up, took their levodopa, they got a good response, but then they were too high for maybe, I don't know, that could be like 2 hours of dyskinesia. Then they came back down into the good on zone. Then presumably they took their next levodopa pill and they were back up in the dyskinesia zone. And then they went to sleep. And then they had a pretty good stretch of good on, et cetera. Let's see. And they had a little bit of off there at 8. So what happens when you add GoCovery? Well, here's what happens. You see both dyskinesia and off are reduced. So let me go back. And the green is good, the yellow is dyskinesia, the gray is off, and this is just an example of one patient. But overall, when you look at the study, patients who took GoCovery had 12.2 hours of good on, whereas placebo patients had 9.6 hours of good on. And remember, this is when you add GoCovery or placebo to levodopa, your levodopa dose. All medications have possible side effects. Possible side effects of GoCovery include falling asleep, and this is true for all Parkinson medications. We always ask our patients, are they sleepy during the day? Are they falling asleep at inappropriate times? Are they nodding off while driving a motor vehicle? And if they are, we say, you can't drive until we resolve that, and we may need to reduce or stop certain medications, including GoCovery. Suicidal thoughts or depression may occur. Hallucinations can occur. We generally don't want to use GoCovery in patients who are already having hallucinations because it could worsen them. It's possible to get lightheadedness with lowering of the blood pressure. And as with all other Parkinson medications, unusual urges. These are called compulsive behaviors or impulse control disorders. These are things like a desire to gamble, shop, overeat, increased sexual urges, increased internet usage. The most common side effects of GoCovery include dry mouth, swelling of legs and feet, constipation, and falls, so you should report any adverse events to your care provider. It's also important to tell your doctor about all of your medical conditions, including if you have kidney problems. GoCovery is metabolized or washed out of the system by kidneys, so patients who have severe kidney problems should not be placed on GoCovery. If you already have a serious sleepiness or sleep disorder, let your doctor know. If you have mental problems, including depression or hallucinations, if you already have unusual urges like gambling, increased sex drive, compulsive eating or compulsive shopping, if you drink alcoholic beverages, because that may increase your risk for sleeping. If you're pregnant or plan to become pregnant, GoCovery could potentially harm your unborn baby. And if you're breastfeeding, GoCovery can get into breast milk. Remember that medications should be used for the purpose they're intended. Don't use GoCovery for things other than what we talked about to treat Parkinson's disease, off episodes, and dyskinesia. The active ingredient in GoCovery is called amantadine. Of course, your doctor or care provider will want to know all your other medications to make sure that they can all be used together. Amantadine is a medication that's been used in the past to treat viruses, so you shouldn't get a live or can't count on a live influenza vaccine if you're on GoCovery. Okay, so that kind of brings us to the summary here. GoCovery could mean the difference between getting up and getting out. We talked several times about the fact that it's indicated for both the treatment of dyskinesia and off. So remember, if I'm in the office and I see a patient who's having both OFF and dyskinesia, the one medication that's approved and demonstrated to treat both is GoCovery, so we'll definitely think about that. In our office, we start with the lowest dose in almost all patients, and we can always increase it if we need more benefit. The other thing, though, is that GoCovery can be used just to treat OFF because, as I said, OFF is a risk factor for the later development of dyskinesia. So in a way, you're pre-treating the dyskinesia to come, or it may be a good selection for patients because you know they're at risk for developing dyskinesia in the future. What about your doctor visits? You know, I would say one of the things you should think about when you're going to go visit the doctor is what's the most important thing to talk about. If you come in with a list of 15 things, it's going to be hard for your care provider to go over them all. So think about what's the most important thing you want to discuss, and then think about two or three other things you would like the care provider to talk about. I think that's the best advice I have. Also, bring your care partner. That's also super important. They can provide a lot of information, and they also get to listen to what the care provider is saying. So that's my best thought for you. You may want to discuss whether GoCovery is right for you with your doctor. And GoCovery from Supernus, they do have a number of payment options that may be able to keep the cost of the medication reasonable, and you can ask your doctor's offices about that. Okay, so today then we learned that OFF episodes occur when levodopa levels are low, and dyskinesia occurs when levodopa levels are high. OFF is a return of Parkinson's symptoms when levodopa wears off or is not yet kicked in. In general, we're talking about return of slow and small movement, stiffness, or tremor. Adjustments in levodopa may be sufficient early on, but after a while, we need more complicated treatments to control both OFF and dyskinesia, and especially if a person has both OFF and dyskinesia, it becomes more complicated. GoCovery is indicated to treat both dyskinesia and OFF. It's taken once a day at bedtime. You get nice, good levels in the morning, and it maintains those levels through the day. The most common adverse reactions: hallucinations, dizziness, dry mouth, swelling, constipation, falls, and lowering of the blood pressure. So with that, I'm going to say thank you very much. I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hauser. I hope everyone learned a little bit of something about GoCovery. And then also, as a special treat today, we have our patient ambassadors, Deb and John. Deb has been treated with GoCovery for a little bit now, so you're going to hear a little bit about her journey with Parkinson's. And without further ado, here is Deb and John.
Hello, my name's Deb, and this is my husband, John. We would like to thank Supernus Pharmaceuticals for sponsoring us to be here today and share our journey of living with Parkinson's disease, OFF episodes, and dyskinesia, and my experience with taking GoCovery. I want to emphasize how important it is to review all the prescribing information and safety information that has been provided to you.
Deb and I met more than 50 years ago when we were sophomores at a community college in Michigan. She caught my eye that day as we were walking down the hallway to class. I'll never forget how she looked that day. Confident and full of life. She was wearing a little blue dress and had great legs.
I thought he was pretty full of himself when we first met. As we started talking, I learned that he planned to join the state police after graduating. Our first date, since we both worked evenings to pay for college, was a long afternoon walk on the beach. Something just clicked between us. It was 1968 and a turbulent time politically. But John was so dedicated to becoming a state trooper, I admired his courage and determination.
Deb was very serious and committed to her education as well. She was very responsible, and that was a nice combination. After I was accepted into the police academy, I asked Deb to marry me. I was just a skinny 19 or 21-year-old, and she was 19 years old at that time.
We were both very independent from the start. John's work schedule, I had to do a lot of things on my own. We connected with each other often, but we had to stand on our own 2 feet instead of leaning on each other. A few years later, we welcomed our daughter Sarah into our family, and she grew up to be a very independent young woman too.
Sarah got her independent streak from her mother, the same spirit that drew me to Deb in the first time that I saw her more than 50 years ago. And it's the same drive that she exhibited when she was diagnosed with Parkinson's in 2007. As a state trooper, I learned to rely on my powers of observation, in that role making the difference between life and death. I trained myself to notice the little things that others might miss, discerning those little distinctions like the nervous tick of a guilty person or the subtle clue missed at a crime scene. It made me very effective at my job. It also helped me to see other things in my life as well. One of the things that I noticed in the backyard of our home was that she was walking across the lawn, and I noticed that her arms weren't swinging back and forth in a normal manner that one normally has when they walk. It struck me as being funny, and I was wondering if she was being deceitful or just funny in some way. But as I watched her that afternoon, it struck me that, no, this was really something wrong and there might be something amiss. Later in the afternoon, we talked about it, and I asked her what was happening. And she confided that there was something wrong and she was going to see her doctor. Although it would be months before we knew what the cause was, I believe that these were the first indications of Parkinson's setting in her strange arm movements, and eventually led to tremors.
As time went on, I became quite self-conscious. The tremors moved from my right knee to my left arm and my left hand. I fidgeted or moved to cover up the motions. Then I took up knitting to cover my tremor. But whatever I tried, I couldn't ignore the feeling that my body was betraying me. It was inconvenient and totally out of my control. My hands shook when they were resting, but stopped when I was knitting or doing or writing. And there were times when I could see my chest and stomach vibrating. Finally, I went to my family doctor, and she referred me to a neurologist who confirmed that I had Parkinson's. She started me on an MAO inhibitor in November of 2007. At that time, she said she wanted to delay starting me on levodopa because I would be on it for a very long time. She didn't tell me about dyskinesia then. I think she figured I had enough to process.
Deb began her treatments with the doctors and researched Parkinson's to gather all the information that she could. I knew the last thing that she wanted from me, or needed from me at that time, was me tagging along with her to her doctor's appointments. Some people really need that type of support, but Deb did not, nor did she want it. But she would also come home in the evenings, and we would sit and discuss what she and her doctor had talked about at the appointments. Over the years, with the help of her doctors, she enrolled in several drug trials in order to help combat Parkinson's disease and to make it a life better for herself and others who may have been diagnosed with this disease.
Once my diagnosis was in front of me, I wanted to find out how to proceed. I assumed I'd just continue working as an interior designer until I was in my mid-70s. I thought I'd just keep gardening and sketching, and for a while I did. And that kept my attitude positive. I wasn't willing to stew and worry. It can be so self-defeating. But sometimes, if I was up too late and had a busy day, I'd be brushing my teeth, go to take a step, and my feet wouldn't go anywhere. I didn't know about freezing and off episodes then, so it scared me. Even now when it happens, it's very scary. It's like your body is betraying you, and you're just stuck. A year later, my off episodes became more frequent, and I needed more help, so my doctor prescribed levodopa. I researched the side effects and read about off episodes and dyskinesia, and as time went on, my levodopa dose increased to help with my off episodes.
I kept a watchful eye on Deb while respecting her independent nature. Then one day I noticed another change. We were at a grocery store at a checkout line, and I could see her arms begin to shake and her hands start to fidget. People around her stared, and as Deb became aware of her movements and tried to control them, her fidgeting became worse. I knew it had something to do with Parkinson's, but of course I couldn't communicate that to the strangers around us. I felt helpless as I watched Deb struggle. As she finished purchasing the groceries, I stepped closer to her to create a barrier between her and the shoppers who were staring at her with questioning looks. When we got home, I asked her why she was fidgeting, and she explained that it was a dyskinesia. She knew that as time went on, with the increased dosage of levodopa used to help with her Parkinson's freezing and off episodes, the dyskinesia would increase.
At first, it wasn't so bad. I'd rather be wiggly than stuck, unable to move. As I became aware of my symptoms, I could almost predict when my dyskinesia would peak in relationship to my levodopa dosing. My dyskinesia primarily affects the lower part of my body. I wore out the insoles of my right shoe long before the rest of the shoes showed any wear at all, and my socks too. I started buying them in multiples of the same color, so I wouldn't have a drawer full of singles. The rugs in front of the kitchen sink and the one in the bathroom too had to be removed because if I stood very long in one place, they'd be twisted into a ball under my feet. Going between dyskinesia and off times began to really impact my activities, and that was very frustrating. When I first began experiencing off episodes, I felt sluggish, like my brain was muddled and not quite right. I could feel myself slowing down, and my movements weren't as good.
Off episodes and dyskinesia impacted her ability to concentrate as well. Deb was always so sharp, and I noticed that she wasn't as instantly responsive to conversations as she was before. And stress of any type will trigger the dyskinesia and make it worse.
When I feel people are looking at me, I become quite self-conscious. I don't want to be a spectacle, but I can't control my dyskinesia. When I am walking around, I can mask it, but if I'm standing in one spot, I can't hide the movement. It's like I'm just dancing around. Within a few years, my dyskinesia and off episodes were making it very difficult for me to work or do the things I enjoy. I talked to my movement disorder specialist about treatment for dyskinesia and off times, and he recommended that I start on GoCovery. We discussed the serious side effects of GoCovery, including falling asleep during normal activities, suicidal thoughts, hallucinations, freezing, feeling dizzy, and unusual urges. And after careful consideration, we decided I should start on treatment right away. After several weeks, I was pretty sure GoCovery was making a difference. My off episodes and dyskinesia were reduced, and I had more good on time. Plus, I was no longer wearing out my socks with all that extra movement. But my improvement didn't happen overnight. I started on an initial dose of GoCovery and then increased it after 1 week. Once my doctor increased my dosage, I could tell the difference within the following week. GoCovery is an oral treatment that's taken once a day at bedtime, so I didn't have to worry about eating or when taking it. My dyskinesia is reduced and my off episodes have decreased throughout the day. Oh, I have times when the dyskinesia roars through me, when I'm overly tired or stressed, like right now. But overall, I have more control over my day, and with GoCovery, I have more good on time when I can work in the kitchen and garden without having to constantly balance myself.
I am so pleased with how Deb is doing. She continues to remain the independent woman I met so long ago. When you've lived with someone for more than 50 years, you become attuned to what they need and how they are doing. Today, as Deb's husband and care partner, my role remains the same as it was before she was diagnosed with Parkinson's. I observe and support her in any manner that I can, and that usually means opening canned tomatoes. But it also means letting her be herself and trying not to impose upon her freedom and take tasks away from her.
It does take some effort to manage my off episodes and my dyskinesia. Off episodes are easier to manage because I know when I'm going to be slow, and I just plan ahead for that. I know to schedule my appointments with my design clients right after lunch rather than early in the morning or later in the afternoon. I often turn down invitations for evening activities because I know the timing won't be good for me. I work with my doctor to come up with a schedule that's best for me, and GoCovery is really good because it's just once a day dose.
I totally support Deb's medical choices. I don't want to distract her in any way from getting the medical treatment she needs. She keeps me advised as to what she and her doctors discuss, and I have never interfered with her decisions and her medical treatments, and I will never do that.
Unless I get really goofy, and then he reminds me to take my levodopa. But since taking GoCovery, my dyskinesia and my off episodes have been reduced, and I feel more confident in public. Now, when I stand in a line at the grocery store or the airport, I don't worry if people are looking at me and thinking, is that lady okay? I'm able to focus more on my activities instead of controlling my movements. So whether I'm working with my interior design clients or working out at Rocksteady Boxing, I can be more present and engaged since I'm not fighting the dyskinesia.
Deb and I continue to face Parkinson's disease together, and we know we're not alone. There is help out there if you seek it. If you or someone you love has off episodes and dyskinesia, research to learn about the symptoms, and above all, talk to your doctor.
If you or someone you love has Parkinson's and is experiencing off episodes and dyskinesia, I urge you to keep looking for options that may keep you doing the activities you love, whether it's decorating homes, cooking meals, or even dancing. Not every medication is right for every person. Everyone with Parkinson's disease and dyskinesia is different. Keep researching and asking questions. I think it's so important to remain open and willing to try something new. You may move a little differently on the outside, but on the inside, you're still the same person, and you've got a lot left to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deb and John. And yes, you are that same person on the inside, and you do have a lot left to do. And we still have a lot left this afternoon. So we are getting ready for lunch, but first we want to thank Dr. Hauser and Supernus as our presenting sponsor. So one more time. If you are back by the exhibitors, please come in and grab a seat, because the best part of lunch is you don't even have to get up. So if you do not have a seat, now is the time to find one. Okay, we're going to be distributing lunches. You don't even have to move, but if you are a vegetarian, I need those hands high in the air, and they will be passing a vegetarian meal to you, and otherwise everything else will be passed to you right at your seats. So without further ado, keep those vegetarian hands nice and high as everyone comes on through. Okay, wonderful. So I know that there is so much exciting programming happening today, and as we get through this hustle of lunch, just remember that even after lunch, and even though we have another 45-minute break, there's some really incredible programming that is left. We still have sleep disturbances and fatigue with Dr. Dewey. We still have how to navigate a safe hospitalization with Dr. Falconer. And we have integrative care approach to chronic pain with a Pervazavoir, as well as some exciting little breakout sessions. So without further ado, as we get the hubbub of lunch underway, our bellies full and some more education happening, I'm going to welcome back to the stage our CEO, Dr. Sarah Gravetti. We are actually going to get started in about 3 to 4 minutes to get some of the lunch excitement underway. Okay, so make sure you stay in your seats, everyone. Okay, if anyone is missing their lunch, I want to see that hand raised high, but otherwise we are going to resume so we can get through the rest of the exciting programming. So now, without further ado, our CEO, Dr. Sarah Gravetti.
Good afternoon. You've got lunch, so your mouths will be full and your ears will be open, right? Well, I so hope you've been enjoying today so far. I know I have. We have an exciting lineup of speakers this afternoon. I hope you can all stay to the end of the program. I know it's a long day for you, but it's really inspirational presentations that we have. And I thank our presenters from this morning. They did an amazing job. I know this can't be said enough, but on behalf of Neuro Challenge Foundation for Parkinson's, we thank all of you for being here with us today. We are beyond pleased that we can bring you the Parkinson's Expo on an annual basis. Our goal is to give you an engaging experience that will empower you to keep fighting this disease through the long journey that you are embarked on. Neuro Challenge Foundation's mission is to improve the quality of life for people with Parkinson's and their care partners today. We do this through offering support groups, educational offerings like the Expo and our symposium. We do this through therapeutic activities, and you've heard a bit about individualized care advising. Whichever program suits your need on the Parkinson's journey, we are always here, and we're here to offer you programs and services at no charge. And the reason why we can do this is because we have a community of supporters and donors that continue to support Neuro Challenge Foundation to ensure that you don't have to pay for a service that you receive from us. Everyone's PD journey is so unique, and our dedicated team is here to help you no matter what your needs are. This time 3 years ago in 2020, the world came to a halt due to COVID. In the months to follow, Jennifer's PD journey declined rapidly. She says that amidst the chaos of the disease and COVID, that she remained grateful to Neuro Challenge for the power of connection. She said, "It gives me a place to call, even if they don't have the answers at that moment. I know they will find an answer and a resource, and they're there for me." Our job is to take the burden off of your shoulders. Let us do the hard work of finding resources by calling a care advisor like Jennifer does. But for Jennifer, the power of connection doesn't end with the care advisor. She also attends our off-key corral to help her stay connected socially and to exercise and strengthen her vocal cords. Jennifer states that meeting people, especially at the off-key corral, makes me happy. Everyone's symptoms and path are so different, but it is a safe place to share stories and see how others are progressing through the disease. Jennifer also states that as a single female with no care partner, the support she receives from Neuro Challenge is critical. I want to also introduce you to Peggy. Peggy's had Parkinson's for 23 years and actually has always felt lucky until she took a fall. The recovery from that fall was painful and brutal. Then the depression set in. After 6 months of pain and isolation, she found Neuro Challenge, and it changed her world. For the first time since her injury, she felt lucky again. She began working out. Her muscle tone and strength are coming back, and she feels stronger every day. This past fall, Peggy rocked the runway by modeling in our Cause for Fashion fundraiser. And once the nerves and the butterflies settled for her, Neuro Challenge was there to make her feel special. With her family in attendance, the event was the highlight of her year. Peggy, we are happy that our fundraiser, Cause for Fashion, brought you so much joy and that you feel lucky with Neuro Challenge in your life. And last but certainly not least, Marion's story starts with hearing the gripping 3 words, "You've got Parkinson's." She described it as you would in the movies, where everything goes gray and fuzzy. She walked in the black and white world for months, refusing to face this new chapter of her life and not wanting it to define her. Then she found Neuro Challenge. She said it's like the scene in Wizard of Oz, where Dorothy reaches for the door and the world of color and beauty was on the other side. It's inspiring to hear the different metaphors people use to describe our mission. But the visually breathtaking metaphor might be my favorite. I also like Wizard of Oz, too. Neuro Challenge is a door of possibilities, a door of untapped resources, a door to referrals and education like you're experiencing today, a door to symptom management through our therapeutic programs, a door to hope, support, and courage to fight another day. At Neuro Challenge, we mean something different to each person we touch, but the common themes we hear are courage, strength, connection, and joy. We do this for nearly 3,000 people on an annual basis. And we are only able to do this free of charge due to the support we get from our donors and sponsors. So today, I'm asking that you give pause to what you're experiencing and consider making a donation to Neuro Challenge Foundation. In each of your bags is a donation envelope. Please consider a meaningful gift today. No matter the size of your gift, it has a ripple effect. Your gift allows for moments like today, this collection of the best and brightest in their fields, sharing their knowledge and resources with you. You can drop your envelope off at the Neuro Challenge table on your way out, or feel free to mail us a gift at a later date using that envelope. To our annual donors, our monthly donors, our Legacy Society donors, and event sponsors, thank you for continuing to make our mission a reality. Your gift helps Jennifer stay connected to resources in a community of peers facing similar struggles. It helps Peggy build that strength to fight her disease day after day, and helps Marion celebrate a world of possibilities. Your donation will ensure that we will continue to educate, engage, and empower people fighting Parkinson's disease today and in the years to come. Thank you, enjoy your lunch, and enjoy the next few speakers.
Thank you, Sarah. So before we bring out our next speaker, again, there's some really exciting programming, so we're going to get right into it. Just leave your lunch boxes there, and people will be by to clean them up throughout the day. But again, Neuro Challenge, as we celebrate 15 years, is a door of possibilities, a door and a pathway to services to the Parkinson's community. And we are so grateful that all of you, both in the room and at home, and whether home is in any of the 14 states that people are viewing us from, or any of the nearly half-dozen countries. We actually have people that are tuning in from Zambia, Sweden, Japan, and Malta. So thank you to every single one of you. So I would like to now welcome to the stage our next speaker, Dr. Richard Dewey, board-certified movement disorder specialist and neurologist with Parkinson's disease and movement disorder centers, to discuss sleep disturbances and fatigue in Parkinson's.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be with you this afternoon. As you all may have noticed from my bio, I spent most of my professional life in Dallas, Texas, and just about 3.5 months ago, I moved to Florida. I live in Boca Raton, and I have to say I can understand now why everybody wants to live in Florida. So thank you for welcoming me here. Today, I'm going to talk to you about a topic that I think is very important, which is sleep disorders and fatigue in Parkinson's. Really, the beginning of the story begins here in 1817. You all are familiar with the fact that the disease we're studying is named after a famous British physician named James Parkinson. And you'll notice that even in his original essay that was published in 1817, he was aware of the sleep problems associated with Parkinson's. He noted that in this stage, talking about the more advanced stages of Parkinson's, the sleep becomes much disturbed, the tremulous motion of the limbs occur during sleep and augment until they awaken the patient, and frequently with much agitation and alarm. So my point here is simply that we've known about sleep problems from the beginning, but it's really only been more recently that some serious energy has been put into studying it and trying to find ways to deal with it. What I'm going to do, I've broken my talk down into two halves. The first half is going to be to talk about the sleep problems in Parkinson's disease, And then a little bit later, towards the end of my talk, I'm going to focus more specifically on the subject of fatigue. And as I hope to persuade you, sleep problems and fatigue are actually two different problems, although there are some interconnected features of the two. So we're going to begin with a discussion of sleep problems in PD. What are the common problems that patients with Parkinson's disease encounter regarding sleep? And they're listed on the slide. First one we're going to discuss is insomnia. That's just what it sounds like. It's inability to sleep well at night. We're going to talk about REM sleep behavior disorder next, which is a very interesting problem that is very common in Parkinson's. It's not universal, so if you have Parkinson's, you may never have experienced it, but it's a common problem that I see in the clinic. We'll talk a little bit about restless leg syndrome, because restless leg syndrome can interact with that first problem called insomnia and prevent you from getting to sleep at night. There's another interesting subject called sleep attacks that are just what they sound like. It's when patients suddenly fall asleep without warning, and those are kind of scary. I'll show you a little bit of data on that and what our current understanding of that disorder is. And then we'll talk about daytime sedation. That is just feeling sleepy during the daytime. Each of these we're going to discuss in turn. Let me start with insomnia. This is probably the most common sleep problem that we see in the field of Parkinson's disease. You can see there that studies have shown that some 30 to 80% of patients with Parkinson's at some point in the illness will complain of insomnia. Now, there are three major types of insomnia, and when you're talking with your neurologist about this, you need to really be sure that it comes out which of these are the ones that you're dealing with. The first one is called initial insomnia, and that's the problem where you go to lay down in bed at night and you just can't fall asleep. It's the phase of insomnia where you can't start sleeping. The second phase is called maintenance insomnia. That's where you fall asleep, no problem, but then you start waking up frequently during the night, such that you wake up the next morning and you don't feel refreshed because you had multiple awakenings during the night. And then the final type is called terminal insomnia, and that's when you wake up in the early AM hours and you can't get back to sleep, period. You're done sleeping at 3 a.m., which can be very inconvenient for your family and for the activities that you need to do during the day. So we'll talk briefly about each of these forms of insomnia. The first of them, initial insomnia, we think that the major causes of this include poor motor function at bedtime, depression, anxiety, and poor sleep hygiene. Those four factors are the big ones that are connected to initial insomnia. Now, what do I mean by poor motor function at bedtime? Well, Dr. Hauser talked to you extensively about the concept of off time and on time. And as you can imagine, if you have an off state at about the time that you're supposed to be going to bed, you're going to have serious problems falling asleep because you're going to be tremoring, you're going to be slow, you're going to be stiff, and you're going to have trouble rolling over in bed and finding a comfortable spot. And so that in and of itself will prevent you from falling asleep. One of the treatments for that, Dr. Hauser pointed out, is GoCovery. Another one that I found very useful is a newer version of carbidopa-levodopa called carbidopa-levodopa extended release capsules. Goes by the trade name Rytari. What that does is it produces a more even saturation of dopaminergic stimulation during the day, and thereby reduces the risk that you'll be in poor motor function when it's time for bed. Depression and anxiety, you heard about in an earlier talk this morning, very common in Parkinson's disease, and those should be independently addressed. The good news is we have good treatments for both of them, and so if you're feeling sad or if you're feeling anxious, invariably that will interrupt your sleep. Be sure you mention that to your neurologist so he can get on the right treatment for that. And then finally, there's this problem called poor sleep hygiene. And this is a major problem, but I'm going to leave you hanging for a minute on defining what that is and how to fix it. The next kind of insomnia is called maintenance insomnia. And again, this is the problem where you wake up frequently during the night. I like the term sleep fragmentation because I think that really summarizes what we're talking about. In effect, you sleep, but you sleep in short fragments that are interrupted by awakenings. And it can be extremely disabling to patients to constantly have to wake up in the middle of the night. In fact, in my patients that I treat, this is the most common sleep disorder that we hear about. Now, there are several causes, as you can see on your slides there. One of them is something called nocturia, and that's just a fancy term that means you have to wake up and go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. It turns out there are a series of significant urinary problems that keep company with Parkinson's disease. And essentially what we think happens is when you try to urinate, your muscle surrounding the bladder squeezes to expel the urine. But unfortunately, frequently in Parkinson's disease, at the same time your bladder is trying to expel urine, the sphincter of the bladder is tightening. And so you can't get the urine out of your bladder completely. And so you don't fully empty your bladder. And therefore, if the bladder is not fully emptied, guess what? It fills up much quicker, and it requires you to get up and go to the bathroom frequently at night. The reason I explain all that to you is that's treatable. Now, you need a different kind of doctor for that. You need a urologist with a U to treat that. And so ask your neurologist if this is the problem, and if it is, they can refer you to a good urologist for the treatment of those bladder problems that can affect you during the nighttime. Motor fluctuations are another key problem here. Essentially, if you're in an on state when you go to bed, you'll be able to fall asleep. But then if that dose of medication wears off in the middle of the night, guess what? Your tremor is going to come back, your stiffness is going to come back, and you're going to wake up again. So here again, strategies that reduce off time. Gocovri is one. There are multiple other drugs. Rytari is another. Your neurologist will be familiar with all the tools that we have to reduce off time, and in doing so, we can reduce that fragmentation of your sleep. And then unfortunately, there's also an element of the progression of Parkinson's disease itself. And that's what James Parkinson was talking about, because of course at the time he wrote his essay, there were no known treatments for Parkinson's disease. And what he observed was that the more advanced the patient was, the more likely they would have sleep disorders. And for the progression, of course, there's not much we can do. But the bottom line is, if you have maintenance insomnia, you're waking up frequently at night, be sure to consult with your urologist if it's a urinary problem. Talk to your neurologist about switching around or adjusting your PD meds to avoid a nocturnal off state, and always follow the rules of sleep hygiene. And then finally, terminal insomnia is that one where you wake up early in the AM and can't get back to sleep. This is the most poorly understood of all the types of insomnia in Parkinson's. We suspect it may be in part due to excessive daytime sleep. Raise your hand if you have Parkinson's and you take naps during the afternoon. So I see a number of hands up. Naps are commonly employed by our Parkinson patients to deal with sleepiness during the daytime. But believe it or not, that's a problem. Your naps are probably hurting you, and we're going to talk about that more in just a moment. So what are the rules for sleep hygiene? What do I mean by this, and how do we employ it? This is the first step for treating all forms of insomnia. I don't care if you have initial, maintenance, or terminal insomnia, you need to focus on these rules for sleep hygiene. The concept of sleep hygiene is simply this. Every individual has a certain amount of sleep that their body needs for optimal health. And what you have to do is prepare your body for the sleep that you need and make sure it occurs at night. You don't want to be getting the sleep that you need in the middle of the daytime, or guess what? You've just stolen sleep time that you might otherwise be able to spend at night when everybody else is sleeping and when the world is shut down. So here are the rules for sleep hygiene that come from the Sleep Foundation. I'm just going to briefly mention these. You can read them. Number one, you need a good sleep schedule. And what I mean by that is, to the extent possible, you ought to have relatively fixed wake up and going to bed times. Don't have a high degree of variability on when you get up in the morning and when you go to bed at night. You really need to minimize daytime naps. And I am constantly working with my patients to avoid napping, both intentional naps and unintentional naps. What's an unintentional nap? That's when you're watching TV in the evening after supper and you fall asleep. That's one of the worst types of naps to take, because then when 2 hours later you go lay down in bed at night, there's no way you're going to fall asleep because you've already taken the edge off of that need for sleep. It's very important to have a nightly sleep routine. What do I mean by that? You want to start dimming the lights. You want to stop using your iPhone, your iPad, and your other electronics. You need to really go into a wind down phase and relax before bed at night. It's just as important to develop a healthy daylight schedule. And one of the most important parts of this is first thing in the morning, you need to get exposure to bright lights. I have a number of patients who use blackout curtains in their bedrooms so that they don't get any light into their room. That's very bad. You need to get rid of the blackout curtains, and when the sun comes up and the light starts to stream in, it stimulates a center in the brain that produces wakefulness. So by having the dark curtains, you're preventing yourself from benefiting from that wakefulness event. So get some bright light in the morning, get exercise, try not to eat a late dinner because that can compromise your ability to fall asleep. And then finally, you want to spend a few minutes thinking about your bedroom. Has your bedroom been optimized to promote sleep? For example, do you have a comfortable bed, or when you lay down on that bed, do you immediately start tossing and turning because you're uncomfortable? You got to get rid of that old mattress, invest in a good new mattress that you're comfortable in. You also need to eliminate noise to the best of your ability, because noise will prevent you from falling to sleep or can wake you up in the middle of the night. And then for the nighttime period, you want to block out light. So if you live in an apartment and you overlook a busy street with a street light, that's when you need your blackout curtains. But then first thing in the morning when you're ready to start your day, open those curtains up, let the light come shining in, and just following these simple rules will help you with all three forms of insomnia, and it's the first and most important step for treating it. Now, if all of that fails and you've done the best you can do, there are some medications that we do recommend for patients with really severe insomnia. The first drug that we typically use will be melatonin. What's great about it is it's available over the counter. I recommend 5 to 10 milligrams as a single dose at bedtime. And the beauty of melatonin is it's a natural agent. So melatonin exists in nature, and all we're doing is we're giving you a higher dose of an otherwise naturally occurring substance, which activates the sleep center and helps to put you to sleep. When that drug doesn't work, as a second line, there are a couple of sedating antidepressants that I like. I've listed them there, trazodone and doxepin. The reason those are my go-to drugs is they're not addictive, they cause a minimal hangover effect the next morning, and they allow you to have a restorative type of sleep that makes you feel refreshed. And the other thing that's great about them, you heard me say earlier that depression is one of the causes of insomnia, so there may be some undiagnosed depression going on that's contributing to your insomnia, in which case an antidepressant drug is a nice helper with the problem we're dealing with. The drugs I do not recommend are Benadryl, which is a sedating antihistamine. It's the active ingredient in Tylenol PM and a number of other drugs you can get over the counter, because all drugs in that class have now been linked to an increased risk of memory impairment down the road. And as you may know, Parkinson's disease is a risk factor for memory impairment anyway, even without the help of drugs like this. And then I don't like basically any drug that you've seen advertised on TV for sleep, because all of those drugs generally have an addictive property and they do not produce a restorative type of sleep, which is what we're looking to achieve. Now, the next topic on our sleep disorders list is called REM sleep behavior disorder. REM, by the way, stands for rapid eye movement. So as you may know, there are multiple different stages of sleep that the body goes through during the night. The REM sleep does not occupy a very large percentage of your sleep, but it's a critically important type of sleep during which you have vivid dreams. And in the normal human brain, there's a special pathway that paralyzes all of your skeletal muscles except for your heart and your diaphragm during that period. So when you're dreaming and jumping off buildings and fighting with people and skiing and riding your boat and doing all of these other activities in your dream life, your body lies very still in bed. That's the way it's supposed to work. Well, unfortunately, in Parkinson's disease, that pathway degenerates. Not in all patients, but in many patients. And the result is they start acting out their dreams. And in some patients, that acting out can be very violent. You can hit, you can punch your bed partner, you can even fall out of bed and injure yourself. And so we don't want that to occur. And if this is a problem that you have, please talk to your neurologist about it, because it is imminently treatable. This is one of those problems in Parkinson's disease that has a relatively easy fix if we hear about it and the patient lets us know. Incidentally, one of the major reasons that we want to treat this is because if we don't treat it, eventually your bed partner, if you have one, is going to leave the room because they don't want to get beat up every night as a result of your activity. And we don't want that. I want your bed partner to be able to stay in bed with you, and that's why it's important to treat it, even though you as the patient may not know it, because again, you're asleep when this is happening. You can see the treatment options there. Again, we start with melatonin. It does work in many patients. When that's insufficient, we up the dose and we give a drug called clonazepam that is extremely helpful at reducing REM sleep behavior disorder. So please, if this is something you have, make a note of it and discuss it with your physician. Now, restless leg syndrome is the next one. RLS, as you may know, is an uncontrollable desire to move your legs. And it tends to occur very inconveniently when you lay down in bed at night. So you're laying down in bed, and then immediately your legs start to bother you, and you have to kick them and thrash them around to relieve that feeling. Obviously, if you have that, you're going to have insomnia as a result. It is much more common in Parkinson's than it is in the general population, and there is a treatment for this one. The best treatment, I find, is to use, once again, one of these long-acting levodopa preparations, because levodopa is an excellent drug for controlling it, and if you're wearing off and your levodopa levels are dropping, that's when your RLS will occur if you have this problem. There are a couple of other FDA-approved drugs for RLS. They fall into the category of the dopamine agonists. They're okay to try, but there are a number of adverse effects that result from dopamine agonists, which is why that's not my first-line drug. And then gabapentin is the other drug that your doctor will know about. When used appropriately, can help a lot with restless leg syndrome. Now, this is a slide talking about sleep attacks. This video is not of a Parkinson patient who had a wreck, I'm happy to say, but this can happen and does happen if in rare cases where patients are doing something potentially dangerous, whether it be driving or operating heavy machinery, and they fall asleep suddenly. This was first reported in the summer of 1999, and it generated a tremendous media buzz, as you can see there. And it was linked pretty closely to a couple of drugs that were prominently being used at that time point, which were called dopamine agonists. What we now believe about these sleep attacks is that they're actually very rare. So I don't want you to walk out of here thinking that if you have Parkinson's disease, you're likely to experience this. It's quite uncommon for this to occur. But what does happen fairly frequently is patients, when driving, start to feel sleepy. And if you start to feel sleepy when you're driving and you ignore that feeling, then you may really fall asleep and wind up having an accident. But for the vast majority of patients, there's a feeling of sleepiness that occurs before you actually fall asleep. And so what I'm asking you to do is be reasonable, and if you start to feel sleepy while you're driving or doing anything other dangerous, you need to pull over the vehicle and rest. Don't think you can fight it, because as a Parkinson patient, you have a reduced ability to fight that sleepiness and may very well fall asleep while you're driving. I mentioned this before, but it's important to remember that the dopamine agonist class of drugs have a particular relationship to this problem. You can get it from levodopa, but it's more commonly seen in the dopamine agonist because those drugs cause more sedation than levodopa does. And again, we think it's that sleepiness that you get during the day that is the cause of this. We're going to talk about it in a few minutes. Please, if you've ever actually experienced a sleep attack, you've got to talk to your neurologist about it, because there may be some treatments that would improve that scenario. And above all, if you have ever had a sleep attack, and if it's a recurrent problem, you really do need to stop driving. That will protect you, and it will protect the driving public. Now, the final topic on the issue of sleep disorders is daytime sleepiness. This is extremely common in Parkinson's disease. In fact, in one study that we did, 55% of all Parkinson patients have excessive sleepiness. So this is a huge issue, and as you can imagine, it ties in a little bit with insomnia. If you're not sleeping well at night, you're obviously much more likely to be sleepy during the daytime. Unfortunately, this is not often discussed in office visits, and it should be, because as I will show you, there's some very important treatments that can be employed for this. What are the causes of daytime sleepiness? Well, unfortunately, the duration of Parkinson's and the severity of Parkinson's are causes. Obviously, you can't do anything about that. But it's also true that the total daily dose of dopaminergic drugs that you're taking, if you combine all the different drugs that you take for Parkinson's, the higher those doses are, the more likely this is to happen, as well as the use of a dopamine agonist at any dose. So in part, because of this risk, I have begun to de-emphasize the use of dopamine agonists in my practice. What do we mean by dopamine agonists? I've given you the list of drugs there. Pramipexole, ropinirole, and rotigotine are the drugs that potentially place you at higher risk for this. So what's the treatment? Unfortunately, we can't do anything about disease duration or severity, but what we can do is use the lowest dose of dopaminergic drugs that you need. Never take more than you need. Ask your neurologist whether or not you should consider coming off a dopamine agonist if you're already taking one. And then there are some stimulant medications that we have used successfully when we really get into trouble with this. And the two are modafinil and armodafinil. So I prefer those drugs to the amphetamine-like products, because amphetamine, at least in animal models, can actually accelerate the progression of the neural damage that is characteristic of Parkinson's. Well, finally, in the last few minutes, I want to talk to you about fatigue in Parkinson's disease. Very interesting subject. It turns out fatigue is not the same thing as sleepiness. These are different problems, and you can see the definition there. It's significantly diminished energy levels or the increased perception of effort required to do something that is disproportionate to the need for the actual task. These are some of the symptoms, just to give you a thumbnail sketch. They can be caused just by normal activities. You don't have to do something super strenuous to feel fatigue. They can occur with little or no exertion whatsoever. In fact, this may be such a big problem that you may develop a fear of doing any kind of activity. You may become a couch potato because you're afraid that if you get up and you go for a walk or you go to the store, that you'll be so fatigued that you won't be able to go on. So fatigue is a big problem, and it's something that needs to be addressed. The other key feature of fatigue is that it can result in significant distress and social impairment. When I see a patient who has bad fatigue and Parkinson's disease, it really affects their life. It affects their relationship to their spouse, their children, other friends, because their tendency is to not want to go do anything for fear of worsening the fatigue and reaching a point where they literally can't go on. We now believe that fatigue as a specific problem affects up to 50% of patients with Parkinson's disease. So again, there's a coin toss on whether you're going to have this. We now know that it clearly diminishes the quality of life, and it feeds into depression. Unfortunately, we have not been able to discover the specific cause of this. We don't necessarily think that it has anything to do with the medicines that we're using for Parkinson's, and I don't know of any specific medicines that will fix fatigue. And most amazingly, it can affect you at any stage of the disease. It can affect an early stage. Untreated patients who've just been diagnosed with Parkinson's oftentimes complain of fatigue, or it can be an accompaniment of more advanced Parkinson's disease in patients who are on medications. So we need a lot more research into this area in order to answer some of those key questions. We do know that fatigue is associated with older age, longer disease duration, more severe motor symptoms, cognitive impairment, apathy and depression, and daytime sleepiness. So everything you see on this slide would be a risk factor for fatigue. So if you have any of these, we need to look even more carefully, and you need to be more alert to the onset or the development of this problem. Treatment of fatigue, very, very challenging. As you can see there have been a couple of very small studies that have suggested benefit from a drug for Parkinson's called rasagiline. There have been a few very small studies looking at stimulants to see if those might help the feeling of fatigue. Even acupuncture has been tried. In all of these 3 studies, there was a slight improvement in the active study group compared to the placebo group. But the big problem with these studies is that there was an enormous improvement in the placebo group as well. And therefore, proving that the drug really helped you is challenging. And it's to the point where I don't actually recommend any of those things for fatigue. What we all think is the most effective treatment, believe it or not, is exercise. Now that is totally counterintuitive. You would think that if you're feeling fatigue, what you need to do is go sit on the couch and rest. And that's what you want to do, but just the opposite is the treatment for it. If you'll get out of the couch and go start getting active, you will find that your fatigue is less and less and less over time. And so the patients that do the best with Parkinson's disease over the long runs are the ones who develop a robust exercise program. You know, at least 3 times a week, you're doing a formal exercise, and on the other days, you're just doing an active lifestyle. You're not sitting around watching TV, you're getting up, you're doing stuff, you're going to the mall, you're going for a walk. If you live in Florida, there's so many beautiful things to do outdoors. You need to do that, and what you'll find is your fatigue will gradually improve. So to summarize then, I think sleep disorders and fatigue are both common problems in Parkinson's disease, and the key here is detection of these problems and talking about them with your doctor. Dr. Hauser mentioned that when you go to the doctor, generally you only have time to cover 1 or 2 things, and so be sure that this is one of those 1 or 2 things at least one visit every now and then so that you can get the appropriate treatment. We know that both problems impact quality of life. Many of them are treatable, and so the key is to bring them up at an office visit, talk to your neurologist about it, and see what we can do to help you. Thank you very much for your attention.
One more time, thank you, Dr. Dewey. Okay, we are about to head into our last of the 45-minute breaks where all exhibitor booths are open. But after that, I need us all to fight the fatigue and push all the way through because we still have an exciting demonstration from Rocksteady, a presentation from Key Corral, and some other exciting educational presentations. So now we have this 45-minute break. All exhibitors are open, including that interactive demonstration back behind the black curtain. And if you have not grabbed your complimentary caregiver gift, it is still available at the Neuro Challenge table. Remember that all of these presentations and all Neuro Challenge programs are free because of the generosity of our community of supporters, so you can give today or any day and make sure that all of our programs remain free. If you are joining us from home, stay tuned for two special presentations. First up, we're going to have Pete and Kelly Gaylord with the Punta Gorda Parkinson Support Group discussing top 10 tips and tricks for living well with Parkinson's disease based on our journey with PD. Followed by Building Balance and Fall Prevention with April Moschini, our very own program director for Neuro Challenge Foundation. We will see everyone back live at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And for those of you here in the room with us today, all of these recordings of the Zoom exclusive presentations will be available at a later time. So we will see you all again at 1:30.
Good afternoon. No. Good afternoon.
Hi there. So we are really excited about being able to share our journey with you today. We're just going to do our top 10 because we've only got about 20 minutes. But we want to thank Neuro Challenge for giving us the opportunity to speak with you tonight, or this afternoon rather, sorry. So we began this journey about 20-some years ago, probably in the early 2000s. Pete was diagnosed, but we can date it back quite a ways before that. Okay, we're going to do our top 10. We're going to start with the Parkinson's fatigue. How many people have that Parkinson's fatigue? We all know about that, right? Oh, well, it's wonderful. So the very top tip that I'll mention to you today, real quickly, all of these tips are in your handout. They're in your bag, so you don't have to take notes. You can just pay attention and have some fun along the way. The most important thing is to focus your good time of the day, all your tasks. So if you're a morning person, that's when things are working well for you. Make sure you're doing the things you want to do in that part of the day. And make a routine to make sure that you get up and get going every single day.
Here's my schedule. 4:30 I get up. 4:30 a.m. I get up.
He goes to bed at 8.
I have some breakfast. At 5:30 I go meet a group of friends for coffee. At 6:30 I'm on the golf course. That's my day. On Sunday I teach a Christian ed class, and at noon I'm on the golf course. Monday I teach a Parkinson's exercise class, and noon I'm on the golf course. And I teach another one on Wednesday, and after that I'm on the golf course.
You see a trend going on here,
routine,
right?
Routine. 4!
Yeah, so he has a reason to get up and get moving every single day. Because if he didn't, what would he be doing?
Sleeping.
All right, so that's really important. Now, naps. My husband is the king of naps, loves to nap, would nap all the time if he was allowed, but I'm the nap police. So unfortunately, he's not allowed to nap all day, which is a good thing. You should really only nap 45 to 60 minutes a day. We should all take a nap. That's an important thing that we should do. But what's even more important is after that nap, get up and do something. Move around. You've stored up some of that energy. Use it. All right, number 9, managing stress. We all know with Parkinson's, the stress level's much higher than average, right? Little things are big stressors. So it's really important to make sure that we as care providers only share the things they really need to know.
I don't need to know that she had a fight with her sister.
So and us females anyway, we tend to be sharers. So it's gotten a little hard for me to make sure that I'm not sharing all the little stupid little things with him, because it really does stress him out. He only needs to know the important things. And one of the more important things that happens that can cause stress is multitasking. So it's really important to single thread your day. Don't try to do too many things at once. It will not work out. And one of the things that does happen with multitasking is if I have to tell him something that he needs to remember, we found out quite a few years ago that unless I had his full attention, it didn't get written down. I'd tell him, he'd respond to me as if we're having a regular conversation. But the week later, when that event occurred, he was like, "You never told me about that." And I was like, "Wait a minute. Yes, I did." Figured out that I need to have his full attention. So when we have a little thing that I say to him, "Listen, you need to remember this one," what do?
Make eye contact with you because I love you.
He stops, and we have a conversation about it, and bingo, it gets written, and then he remembers it. So that's another tip that we like to give out to everybody. All right, number 8, nutrition. The key to nutrition is routine. The key to all your days are routine with Parkinson's. The better a routine, the better your day. Good nutrition is very important, and doing your meds and your meals at the same time really makes the day a lot easier. Want to talk about your routine?
I try to make sure that I take my meds exactly at the same time every day. I also, when I was diagnosed, thought I could handle Parkinson's, but I don't want anything else that can come with bad nutrition. Bad nutrition can bring you hypertension. Bad nutrition can bring you type 2 diabetes and hypertension, type 2 diabetes, and high cholesterol. I don't want any of the big 3. So I went into the gym and I started exercising and eating properly years ago.
Yeah, so one of the key things is a good diet. People ask us all the time, what's the best diet for Parkinson's? And what our doctors have told us over the years is the Mediterranean diet. Lots of nuts, lots of fish, that kind of thing. And it's been mentioned a couple of times today, there is competition in the gut for absorption of your carbidopa, levodopa when you eat protein. If you can avoid it, great. If you can't, don't worry about it, because sometimes you can't. He takes meds every 3 hours. You're not going to avoid protein. But just be aware of it so you're not taking your meds with a glass of milk, that kind of thing, right? Now, constipation, another big problem with Parkinson's, or can be. One of the things we learned was get up and walk after you eat. After we tend to have our big dinner, we sit down, watch Jeopardy, maybe Wheel of Fortune.
Movement can help movement.
That is true. And hydration. Oh my gosh, can't talk about that enough. 6 to 8 glasses of water a day. Yes, you need to be near a bathroom, but it'll keep things moving. Very, very important. Okay, staying social. If it was up to him, we wouldn't go anywhere. We wouldn't do anything. We might not meet with a lot of people. It's very, very important to stay social when you have Parkinson's.
I'm a social animal. What are you kidding?
So one of the neat things we did early on was we educated our friends of what was going on. We told them about what it was like having Parkinson's and the fact that, okay, we used to have 10 or 12 people we get together to go to dinner. Now we prefer 4 to 6. A smaller group is easier for him to manage. There's not so many conversations going on. He can keep track of it. So don't feel slighted when we only invite this group the first time. We'll catch you in the next time. That kind of thing is very, very important. And apathy. Who's got the apathy thing going on? I see all the caregivers going, yeah, what's going on with that?
She'll say, where do you want to go to eat? I said, I don't care.
He doesn't care. Well, that's good news for me because we can eat wherever I want to eat. But seriously, just avoid those open-ended questions because it gets frustrating. Where do you want to eat? What do you want? Where do you want to go tonight? Where do you want to this or that? It's just going to frustrate you. Give a couple choices. Or even just pick one and say, hey, we're going here tonight. Your answer is usually,
whatever.
Okay, number 6, medication. Very key to Parkinson's. You've heard a lot about it today. But it's very important to know what you're taking and why you're taking it.
I take my meds on time for a real good reason. If you get behind, it takes a long time to get back up. I want to be like this the whole day. I don't want to be like this. I can afford a few of these, but I'd rather have nice, easy dopamine production in the brain all day long.
Right? So taking them on time, even if you're feeling good, guess what? You're feeling good and you wait, I can wait, I'm going to wait. Then you wait, and by the time you're way off, you take them, and it's going to take that much longer to get you back on. So don't do that. Whenever your doctor says to take them, take them. Very, very important. We also have a piece of paper on the counter that he tracks if he's having some fluctuation for a couple of days and we're saying, hey, wait a minute, this is starting to become an issue. He starts to track what's going on with his on and off times on a piece of paper on that counter, so we have it all written down the next time we go to the doctors.
Me. Voice.
Voice. Haven't gotten there yet. There it is.
My card says that.
His card says voice. Okay.
How many caregivers have said this word, what, today? Raise your hand. Okay, PWPs, people with Parkinson's. Remember, when you're speaking, it sounds plenty loud in your head, but it ain't loud enough to the other people, or they wouldn't be saying what.
So one of the things we figured out early on, because Pete was losing his voice, getting much softer, was we needed a speech pathologist. And we just had one standing up here, and Mary is our speech pathologist. We're very fortunate in Punta Gorda to have her with us. It is a must for your team. Add it to your team. It's got to be somebody that you're working with, and it's not a once and done thing. It goes on and on and on. It's like exercise. You got to exercise your voice to keep it. And what happens when you have to repeat? It takes up precious energy. You don't have a lot of energy.
Say it once and you'll be done, loud enough.
Right. The other thing, too, is being in the same room when you're communicating. We have a big thing about that. And every once in a while, one of us forgets, and the other one goes, you're not in the same room. So we have to make sure that that happens. And speaking in short sentences. You don't have to go on and 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 on. Break it up. Take a breath, like you're reading a poem. Okay, moving along. Sleep, very important. If you don't have a good night's sleep, you will not have a good day.
This is the beginning of the fashion show.
So one of the things we learned early on was that satin pajamas was a good addition to his wardrobe. He's got the Hugh Hefner look going on, because what happens is at night when you try to roll over with Parkinson's, you're stiff. You called it like having Velcro.
Once you start with the satin pajamas and the satin sheets, cotton feels like Velcro.
Yeah.
And you wake yourself up, so therefore you can't get a good night's
Right,
sleep.
so every time you're turning over, you're waking yourself up. Not a good night's sleep. As soon as the satin pajamas got into his wardrobe, sleep was much, much easier. He also uses a satin bottom sheet as well. So it's a little slip and slide going on, which works really well. But the other thing that we've done is Pete does have REM sleep disorder. He does take some meds for it, so it's not so bad. But he does punch and kick at night, have some arguments, talks to himself out loud. So we started using separate rooms, separate bedrooms, probably 7 or 8 years ago. And it
You don't have to tell him that.
Oh, okay, sorry. Just a few months ago.
Last night.
But it results in better sleep for both of us. It really does. The other thing is the bed rail. You want to tell them the bed rail story quickly?
I one night punched the nightstand. Bloody knuckles in a dream. Then I got the bed rail. Punched the bed rail, it's metal. Got bloody knuckles again. So now I've got a pillow tied to the bed rail. And I punch it and it doesn't hurt as much.
That's right, that's right. So the important thing is to make sure you're in a safe environment. So one time he punched the nightstand actually ended up on the floor, which was not good. Then that morning, he said to me, we're going to go buy a bed rail. And I go, why? He goes, well, I'll tell you why. So we did. And we bought a little half bed rail. It's on the bed. Actually helps him get out of bed as well. But we did have to put a pillow on it because he did punch that the next night. So anyway, a good night's sleep equals a good day. Absolutely key, absolutely important. When I say satin pajamas, satin sheets, we're talking about polyester. They're very inexpensive on Amazon. You can get them. They go with us everywhere. Every time we travel, they come with us. And it makes life a lot easier. All right, number 3. This is your favorite.
Ooh. What I started to do when I was diagnosed with Parkinson's is go to the gym every day. People told me that it was going to take my balance away. It was going to take away all these things. And I said, bull. So I went to the gym every day, sometimes twice a day, to work out on a regular basis. And I truly believe that has helped me in my progression of the disease. I'm standing here right now going a little bit off my meds, but I've had this stuff 25 years.
Yeah. So when he got diagnosed back in 2005, he decided, he was still working. He decided, okay, I can handle Parkinson's. I don't want anything else. And he's got some pretty bad genes in his family, diabetes, cancer, lots of other crazy things.
Oh boy.
So, and Parkinson's. So he decided, I can handle that. I don't want anything else. I'm going to start going to the gym. And he went to the gym every single day for 8 years. And I'm telling you, every single day he did, religiously. Some days he would go either before work in the morning or go at night. Some days he went both because it made him feel better. And he just said, I'm going to fight this as best I can.
You see this picture up here?
That is him.
That was inspired by a blonde PT, 30 years my junior. It's amazing what women can get you to do.
We'll take the motivation wherever we can get it. Absolutely. But that is him. He's actually got better balance than I do, and he works on it all the time. And it's very important. Exercise, you've heard about it before. We talk about it a lot. Can't emphasize it enough. Better posture keeps you mobile. That's the absolute key thing. Keeps you flexible, and really a positive attitude, right? Get the endorphins working. And I will tell you, when we go to the doctors, he's the poster child because somebody who's had Parkinson's over 25 years shouldn't be in this good a shape. So they always go, wait a minute, what have you been doing? And he says, oh, I've been exercising. So it works. And guess what? It's something you can do together.
Oh boy. I can hardly wait.
Okay, one of the more important things, and we're getting close to the number 1 thing here, but number 2 is being in agreement about our care. We are in lockstep. We go to each other's doctor's appointments together. We absolutely early on found out a movement disorder specialist was the right person to see. We were seeing a regular neurologist at the beginning, and he was kind of like, okay, well, I think we'll do this, and I think we'll do that. And once we figured out that these other people exist, we were like, what a difference. Got together with our first movement disorder specialist, made a world of difference. Encourage you all to at least see one, if not seeing it all the time. And communication with your doctor is absolutely key. Gotta be a partnership with your doctor on your medication, while you're taking it, when you're taking it, all those kinds of things. I talked about this pad of paper. Oh, go ahead. Okay, real quick. Pad of paper on our counter. There is a pad of paper on our counter. We talk about off times and on times, but we write down anything that happens that's unusual. And maybe it happens once. And if it happens again, we write it down because we only see the neurologist every quarter, every 3 months. So I'm not going to remember what happened 3 months ago. And I've got the good brain. Ha, ha, ha. I don't know if that's true or not. That's not true.
Yeah, okay.
So anyway, the pad of paper is absolutely key. It reminds me, it goes right into the doctor's office with us, and we go, hey, 2 months ago, this thing happened, or I noticed this. And the doctor will say, well, that doesn't sound like Parkinson's. Go get this checked out. Or, yeah, that's Parkinson's. So that's very, very important. I encourage everybody to do that. That pad of paper never leaves that counter unless we're going to the doctor.
People are on the edge of their seats waiting for number 1.
They are.
They are. I can see them.
Okay. All right, we're getting there. Number 1,
One must have a sense of humor. If you don't have one, go get it.
Okay, so one of the things that we do is we laugh a lot and often, just about every day. It is the thing that has kept us going for the past 20-some years with this crazy disease. And it is the medication that really works, right? It's free, no side effects. And the key thing is it helps all the people around you feel at ease. And that's the most important thing. That helps with your socialization, keeps all your friends comfortable with what's happening. So when we moved down to Florida, people started asking us, okay, what'd you used to do? They would say to Pete, what'd you do in your previous career? And he would respond.
I would tell him I was a family photographer. But they fired me because I hollered at them and told them to stand still. And then De Beers hired me as a diamond cutter. Apparently, square diamonds aren't in vogue. I joined the Army. I said, how can I get fired from the Army? I was a bomb diffuser. They called me Nine Fingers Pete. I was a traffic cop. That didn't work out either. I was a fragrance tester. Oh to nothing is what I had. A neurosurgeon. And I'm going to have a new career. I'm going to be in the next James Bond movie. I'm going to be the bartender. Shaken or stirred.
Okay. And I will tell you, he does play golf almost every day, and he's not a very good golfer. He's never been a very good golfer. Sorry, that's...
You don't have to tell him that.
Okay, but they all love playing golf with Pete because he's the joke teller. He's the one that keeps everybody laughing, and that's what's important, and that's what keeps these people in his life. All right, something we picked up just a couple of weeks ago. This came from Dr. Rodriguez. He's in Orlando. His 5 rules to live by. We talked about exercise, cognitive exercise, brain games, puzzles, very, very important, socialization, sleep, and brain food. Lots of nuts, lots of fish. Okay, we're done. But I just wanted to leave you with, you really can live well with Parkinson's. You just have to make some changes along the way, small little changes as you go, but you can stay social, you can stay active, but you got to put the effort into it. So it's very important. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for the Better Balance and Fall Prevention for People with Parkinson's presentation. My name is April, and I'm the Program Director for Neuro Challenge Foundation for Parkinson's Disease. Give me just a moment while I remove the picture-in-picture so that we can move on with the slides. Parkinson's disease and movement. Parkinson's disease is a movement disorder of the brain that leads to shaking, tremors, stiffness and rigidity, and difficulty with movement and coordination, among other non-motor symptoms. Nerve cells in the brain that make dopamine are slowly destroyed. Without dopamine, the brain cannot properly send messages to the muscles, leading to loss of muscle control. Here is a list of movement symptoms in Parkinson's disease. You may have some or all of these. Tremors, change in muscle tone, unsteady balance, poor posture, problems with your gait, freezing or bradykinesia, difficulty starting or finishing voluntary movements, jerky, stiff movements, muscle atrophy. These things can lead to problems with your balance. Here are some ways to prevent falls and improve your balance. First of all, it's important to create a safe home environment. That can lead to increased confidence and reduce chances of falls. Secondly, exercise regularly. Research shows that people with Parkinson's who exercise regularly often see improvement in balance and managing daily activities. The effects of exercise can last for hours. The Parkinson's Foundation, in collaboration with the American College of Sports Medicine, created new Parkinson's disease exercise recommendations. The new exercise guidelines include recommended frequency, intensity, time, type, volume, and progression of exercises that are safe and effective for people with Parkinson's across 4 domains: aerobic activity, strength training, balance, agility, and multitasking and stretching. Practice balance movements wherever you go. Improve your posture to also decrease rates of falls. Let's take a look at our balance system. Our balance system is made up of our brain and a lot of sensory systems. For instance, the eye and your vision helps to send visual data to your brain. The inner ear can send signals related to sound and where your body is in space. Your joints and muscles also signal where your body is positioned. So the brain can interpret all of these signals and then relay messages to your muscles and nerves in the body to help you stay balanced. Here are the challenges that decrease balance and stability. A decreased or impaired vision, lack of strength in your hips, abdominal muscles, legs, and ankles, poor posture, inability to properly lift your feet, slower reaction times, medications that can increase feeling of dizziness, low blood pressure that may lead to lightheadedness, neuropathy, alcohol use, vertigo, improper shoes, and other health conditions. Here are some strategies for maintaining balance. Attempt to swing both arms from front to back while walking. This helps to maintain balance and posture, and it also reduces fatigue. Consciously lift your feet off the ground when walking. Rise from a chair or bed slowly and then stand still before moving. Give your body time to adjust to the change of position before walking. When trying to navigate a turn while walking, use a U technique of facing forward and making a wide turn rather than pivoting sharply. When standing, keep feet shoulder length apart. When feet are too close together for any length of time, you increase your risk of losing your balance and falling. Move slowly when changing positions. Use deliberate and concentrated movements. Utilize a cane, walker, or walking stick to aid balance and maintain safety. Do only one thing at a time. Do not attempt to walk and accomplish another task such as reading, talking on the phone, or looking around. The less distracted you are while moving, the greater your ability to maintain balance will be. Creating a safe home environment. Place your household items at eye level. Remove any throw rugs. Place non-slip mats in front of sinks and tubs. Attach safety grips in the bathtub or shower stall. Purchase furniture with rounded corners rather than straight-edged. Carry a cell phone or emergency call button on you at all times. Smartwatches are helpful. Evaluate lighting throughout your living space. Here are some tips for fall prevention in your home. For the floors, remove all cords, loose wires, and throw rugs. Try to minimize the clutter around your feet. In the bathroom, utilize grab bars and non-skid tape. In the shower or tub, utilize non-skid bath mats on the floor or install wall-to-wall carpeting. Do not use towels. Lighting. Make hallways, stairways, and entrances well lit. Install a nightlight in the bathroom and keep lamps or light switches within reach of the bed if you get up during the night. Make sure there is a light switch at the top and bottom of a staircase. In the kitchen, utilize non-skid rubber mats near the sink and stove and clean up spills immediately so you do not slip. On stairs, make sure treads, rails, and rugs are secure. Always hold on to handrails. And if stairs are a challenge, try to use them infrequently as possible. With pets, watch out for pets getting underfoot. Let's do a posture check. Look around the room and find a partner. Look at your partner's posture from the front and from the side. Shift your body and feel what is correct posture. From the front view, your shoulders should be even and your hips are even. That means one is not lower than the other. From the side view, your ears should be over your shoulders, not jutted over the front of your toes. Your shoulders should be over your hips and hips over knees and ankles. Here's a picture that shows proper posture using the plumb line test. The plumb line test is an imaginary line that runs through the top of your head to the bottom of your feet. See how it runs from your ears, shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, ankles, and the bottom of the midfoot. This is proper posture. Here's a simple technique that can help strengthen your ankles and train your feet to help you with balance issues. If you take a chair and put it in front of you and another one behind you, like these pictures, then you stand in between. What you're going to do is slightly lean your weight forward and backwards by just shifting your body forward and backward. You can have your hands on the chair in front of you for extra safety, but you're going to lean your weight to the toes and then to the heels, to the toes and then to the heels. And this helps with proprioception in your body, helps your brain talk to the rest of the muscles in your body so that you are keeping balanced. Here are some balance exercises you can try on your own or next time you're with your therapist. These are some seated ones. You can do airplanes to work your core, like this picture here. It's really great to sit on an exercise ball when you can do this. You can do airplanes from side to side, or you can do them while lifting one leg. Those are called one-leg airplanes. You can also do alternating leg extensions. You can bend forward and backward or diagonally. Sitting to stand and standing to sit are exercises everyone should be doing if possible. You sit in a regular chair and you use your thigh muscles and your knees and the rest of your legs to your feet to stand your body up and then be seated again. And you continuously do this sit to stand and stand to sit. You can also do some standing exercises like a one-leg balance or balance on an unstable surface. And you can also do standing exercises called dynamic, where you put your heel to toe in a stance and try to remain in that position with your arms to your side or your arms out. Where can I do these exercises? Well, the answer is anywhere. You can do any balance exercises at home, a park, even at the movie theater or the grocery store. Sometimes when I'm grocery shopping, I might keep one hand on the cart and lift a leg while I'm standing and looking at different things in the aisles. So give it a try. Increase and improve your balance by doing simple exercises throughout the day. For more information on Neuro Challenge, excuse me, follow this website. Hi, my name is Diane. I'm one of the care advisors with Neuro Challenge Foundation for
All righty, everyone. We are going to resume in just 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we will be resuming for the tail end of our programming to cap off our 6th annual Parkinson's Expo. Please start making your way into the auditorium. And sponsors, we are going to need you to also come on in and join us for a very exciting vocal exercise. All right, everyone. Will all of our sponsors and everyone over in the exhibitor booth area please come and join us in the auditorium? Welcome back to everyone that is in the room with us today and all of our viewers at home. So we hope you are enjoying our 6th annual Parkinson's Expo. We all know how important exercise and overall strength is to fight this disease day in and day out. But sometimes we forget about one of the most important muscles of all, our voice. Let's give a very warm and off-key welcome to our partner in presenting our off-key chorale program, Maestro Joseph Calkins, Executive Director of Key Chorale.
All right, welcome everybody. Are you excited as I am? Oh, I like that. So I am the artistic director of Key Chorale, Sarasota Symphonic Chorus. We're a chorus of about 100 singers, and we also have a chamber chorus of 30 singers. And we also have a love and passion for education and community outreach. And for more than 10 years, we've been partnering with the Neuro Challenge for Parkinson's to present the off-key chorale. And you may say to yourself, but I don't even sing. Why would I want to participate? I always tell people it's not about perfection or performance, it's about participation. And it doesn't matter, we all have a voice. So we're going to prove that to you today. So when I say participation, we're going to do it. So we're going to start with a couple exercises here. These are just some vocal or some actual physical exercise. You can do them in your chair. We're going to imagine we're going to burn 4 calories. Are you excited about this? All right, this is going to be fun. So we're going to imagine your imaginary ladder in front of you. Grab one rung and then pull yourself up to the next rung. Very good. You got the idea. The more you stretch, the better. You're just reaching up like that. All right, I think we burned at least 1 calorie. All right, now we're gonna swim the pool. So just kind of imagine you're swimming. Get a nice stretch there, beautiful. We're swimming, but we're going nowhere. Excellent, we burned another calorie. Let's row the boat. So grab your oars in front of you and row that boat. So nice and far out, you got it. Beautiful. All right, we've got one more, our big grand finale now. We're gonna lift the barbell. Here we go. Oh, you guys have heavy barbells. Woo, I like it. So we're gonna do one more, and keep your hands right up here, all right? Now we're gonna lower your arms, but keep everything nice and tall, just like that. And so posture is a little different for each one of us. But when you're singing, we want you to think about all the things you're thinking about. So what's great about off-key chorale is all the things we're doing to make you a better singer, be it physical, breathing, phonation, all of those things, they're all things that strengthen your voice and make your voice better. So we're going to prove that point. Do you remember years ago we had those bellows that you would use for your fireplace? That's a little bit like we do with breathing. So we're going to kind of imagine we are the bellows, and we're going to just fill up with 4 counts, and then we're going to squeeze those bellows out 4 counts. So we're just in on 4. Here we go with your arms, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and all the way out. 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's do a nice sound like a snake would do on the out. So here we go, in on 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out on a hiss. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Big finale. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you didn't know it, but we're all singers because God gave us all a voice. Here's the first one. We're gonna learn a song in 4 parts. The first part, the words are, I love the mountains, I love the rolling hills. It sounds like this. I love the mountains, I love the rolling hills. Try it with me, and I love the mountains, I love the rolling hills. Now, the nice thing is, sing out loud and strong because no one's listening, I promise. Here we go, ready, and I love the mountains, I love the rolling. Perfect, here's the second part. I love the flowers, I love the daffodils. I love the flowers, I love the daffodils. Try it with me. I love the flowers, I love the daffodils. Here's the third part. I love the fireside when all the lights are low. It sounds romantic. Here we go, ready, and I love the fireside when all the lights are low. Try it with me, and I love the fireside when all the lights are low. Here's the big finish, the most important one, number 4. The words are really profound. Boom diada, boom diada, boom diada, boom diada. Try it with me. Ready? Go. Boom diada, boom diada, boom diada, boom diada. And just keep doing that. boom de-yada, boom. And I'll show you when we're at the end, boom de-yada, boom de-yada, boom. So I'll give the fist, which means, hey, that's the last time, and then we do one more boom. Do you got it? All right, let's put it together. 4 parts. I love the mountains, I love the rolling hills, I love the flowers, I love the daffodils, I love the fireside when all the lights are low. Boom de-yadas. Here we go. Ready? And here we go. I love the mountains, I love the rolling hills, I love the flowers, I love the daffodils, I love the fireside when all the lights are low. Boom de-yada, boom de-yada, boom de-yada. Keep it going. Boom. There you go. Keep it rolling. I'll tell you when we're in it. Perfect, you got it. All right, so now we've got the tune learned. All right, these group over here, these two you're going to be the boom de-yada folks, all right? You're going to be the boom de-yadas, and when you just keep doing boom de-yadas, we're going to do the whole thing, and when you get to the boom de-yadas, we're going to do it all together. So this is 2 sections against 3 sections. All right, here we go. Here's the boom de-yadas. 1, 2, ready, go. Boom de-yada. Oh, they're very good. All right, now we're going to add our group. Here we go. 1, 2, I love. I love the mountains, I love the rolling hills, I love the flowers, I love the daffodils, I love the fireside when all the lights are low. Boom de. How about a little louder? Yeah. You're going, good. You got it. Perfect. All right, let's switch. Group that you guys are going to do boom de-yadas, you guys are doing the tune. Here we go, ready, and here we go. Boom de. Ooh, you're pretty strong, I like it. They set the bar high. Here we go, group, and I love the mountains, I love the rolling hills, I love the flowers, I love the daffodils, I love the fireside when all, everybody together. You sound great. Keep it up. So now we've proved it that everybody is a singer. So if you'd like to learn more about key chorale or the off-key chorale, we invite you to go to our booth today and we'll tell you everything about it. Thanks for being good sports, and we'll see you next time around.
Thank you, Maestro. If that wasn't an audition for America's Got Talent, I don't know what was. You all did amazing. Okay, so up next, we are going to please welcome to the stage Dr. Drew Falconer, neurologist and movement disorder specialist, an associate professor of neurology at the UVA School of Medicine, and director of the ANOVA Parkinson's and Movement Disorder Center, to discuss navigating a safe hospitalization with Parkinson's. Please welcome Dr. Falconer.
Well, hi, everybody. So I can report back to my wife that I did not trip on the stairs. She was worried about many things, but even right now she said, just please don't trip on the stairs. So we're good. Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me spend a little time with you talking about something that's really important. Now, I know we've had a lot of fun. The vocal training was fantastic. That was absolutely incredible. You are all up for a Grammy this year. Congratulations. But we need to spend our time over the next 30 minutes talking about something that people don't really want to talk about, but we need to. And that is what happens in life if you need to go to the hospital, if you need to go to assisted living, if you have to go to rehab, if you have to go someplace where somebody else takes over everything, right? Who here has been to the hospital, assisted living, or rehab and had a not good experience? We're all friends. Yeah, you're there and we know you and I see you. So a little bit about me. I am a Parkinson's and movement specialist, which means that I see Parkinson's disease every day. I think my clinic alone, I see between 80 and 100 people with Parkinson's disease every week. As a center, we have 6 movement specialists, including Dr. Whitney, who you heard from this morning. So we see a whole lot of people living every day with Parkinson's. And I can tell you that hospitalizations, the ER, is something that frequently comes up as a source of stress and fear. So what I want to do with our time today is I want to lay out how you can be your best advocate, how you as the care partner can be your spouse or your partner's best advocate to make sure that a hospitalization, rehab, on down is as smooth as it possibly can be. Is that a fair deal? Okay, and we can do it with fun too. The TSA wouldn't let me bring my confetti cannons, otherwise I'd fire them off every now and then. Yeah, you know, security. Okay, so how I want to do this is I want everyone here to realize that hospitalizations happen. The emergency room happens. We all want to think that our lives are wrapped in bubble wrap, but in reality, the hospital is an important place. Surgeries are important. You feel like you got to call EMS. I never want you to hesitate because an emergency is always an emergency. And so whether it's a hospital, whether it's rehab, assisted living, or anything where someone takes over your meds, that's why I'm here to make sure you are prepared. It is no secret that hospitals and Parkinson's disease don't play well together. Sort of like my 5-year-old and 8-year-old, that one's always irritating the other, right? Did you know that according to the Michael J. Fox Foundation, 95% of patients with Parkinson's who are in the hospital experience a medical error? 95%. That is everybody. Sort of like that whole joke about constipation in Parkinson's, that 90% of people with Parkinson's have constipation, but the other 10% are just shy about it, right? Same thing with hospitalizations. Everybody is at risk for a medical error. But here's what I'm here to teach you, and this is a lesson that I hope you got from this morning, and I hope you continue to get by engaging with this wonderful Parkinson's community, and that is that there is no bigger or stronger advocate than you. There is no bigger or more engaged and put the money on the line advocate than you in your care. That's true with your doctors, that's true with your medication, that's true with pushing the envelope on trying new and better therapies, because if the best we can do is a medicine from 1972, I give up. And that's sarcastic because it's not. So you have to learn to be an advocate, you have to learn to respectfully speak up, and you have to learn to have the courage to say no or to set boundaries. And so what I want to do is help you be an advocate in the hospital setting by going through the top 4 things that result in medical errors on a hospitalization. And I hope we can go one at a time, and you'll have a plan for each one, because if we take these top 4 things off the table, the medication error rate drops to about 5%. How's that for a deal? And I'm going to keep trying to throw jokes at you. We're going to do it. We can talk about constipation for hours. That's always a good joke, right? Okay, so these are the top 4 things, and we're going to tackle them one at a time. Now, the fun part about doing this talk is when I mention something, I see people start nodding their heads because this is your lived experience, right? Guess what the #1 source of medication error in the hospital is? You got it. Timing of medication. Who here has been in a throwdown bloody battle with nursing trying to get your levodopa on time? Who here has been to rehab and your spouse is on the phone yelling at whoever's on call trying to get that Cinemet in your body, right? I don't know about Florida. I'm based in Virginia, but the state of Virginia has a law where anybody administering medication to a patient has a 2-hour window. That's a 2-hour window on either side of the dose, so it's really 4 hours. If you could imagine, that's a real problem when it comes to Parkinson's disease. So what I tell folks is to remember that the timing of the medicine is so important, and don't be shy and expect them to get it right. Also, know what the current rule is where you live, and try to set yourself up for success by talking to the medical team about it. I know in Virginia we have troubles because it's almost more common that the nurse shows up to give medicine at the 3-hour mark instead of the 7-hour mark, right? And the way carbidopa-levodopa works is that it hits a peak and then it drops. And what we don't want to do is have those peaks overlap and give symptoms of too much, especially in a stressful environment like a hospitalization where the risk of delusion, hallucination, and agitation is worse. So if you want a quick, easy take-home for this problem, it is number one, to make sure the nursing team knows that timing is timing and it's important. Get a letter from your doctor that says the times, and tell the doctor and the medical team to put on that letter that we would rather it be late than be early. Because if you had to pick, I'll take a little bit of a delay and an off time rather than overlapping doses and making hallucinations happen. You with me? It's the biggest one, it's a hurdle. I find if we as the medical team intervene, it helps. So don't be shy to talk to the team, and don't be shy to talk to your doctor about getting a signed letter that says this is when you need your medicine. Now the counter to that is we also want you to be nice. And I say that in a very nice and respectful way. I can't tell you how many times I've been on the phone, and yes, it is absolutely the nursing staff's fault for being early or late, I get it. But just realize that the hospital is a very stressful environment, and that usually you are there for a reason that's not due to Parkinson's disease. We all try to educate, but the providers there are doing the best with what they have. So it's like my mother said, always lead with a little grace, right? You can be insistent, you can be firm, you can be unyielding, but do it with a smile and a grace, and those bees will come to honey instead of vinegar. You guys good? Okay, I like it. The second is something called a formulary change. Has anybody heard of the minefield and the morass sidewinder pit of a formulary change? Anybody had issues with the formulary? Oh yeah. This is number 2 on our list of the potholes that people hit in the hospital, in rehab, even in the world of hospice care. You have to be careful about formulary changes. Remember, in our world of Parkinson's disease, the message of hope that we give out to the world every day is the idea that no longer do we only have classic carbidopa-levodopa, classic Cinemet. Don't forget, classic Cinemet came out in the spring of 1972 when Nixon was still a hero, not yesterday, and we've created 23 medicines since that time, 13 of which are new as of the last 6 years, 13 new medicines, all of which are designed to do something better, to be more targeted, and to help the quality of life of people living with Parkinson's. I could give a whole separate talk on why nobody uses them, because they're there and they work. The challenge is when you go to the hospital, when you go to rehab, when you go to assisted living, if you go into hospice, whatever team is controlling your health care, be it the hospital team, etc., they take over the medicines and they will want to change you from what you're on to whatever is on their hospital formulary. So the hospital formulary, if you didn't know it, is a set of medicines that the hospital carries that they negotiated fantastic deals on, essentially, and it doesn't usually include anything that's new. This creates a real source of problem, if that's a proper statement. It creates an issue because if you're on something newer, they're going to want to change you to something old. Usually there's a very good reason we aren't using the old thing, mainly because it's older, it's from the 60s or earlier, but they have it on formulary because it's cheap, and they will try to turn you back. Please, 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 don't let them do that. Again, the vast majority of reasons people go to the hospital with Parkinson's is not Parkinson's disease. It's something else. And the last thing we want to do is disrupt your medical plan that otherwise has you relatively used to it in the time of stress and disruption from something else, to then have your body have to deal with going from 2018 to 1972. You guys with me? So the easy fix, and this is what you do, is you bring your medicines with you. You get all the prescription bottles, you push them all into a Publix grocery bag, and you bring them with you to the hospital. And then you exhibit that moment of grace but firmness when you insist on the hospital sticking with your home meds. It's within the JCO and Medicare laws that if a patient shows up to the hospital with medication, there has to at least be a good consideration to maintain their home medications. And in the world of Parkinson's, there's nothing easier than saying, look, I'm on this thing called Rytary, here's my Rytary and my timing, and then the nurse will show up to give you that medicine. It's the easiest fix for an otherwise really dangerous proposition. The reason why it can be dangerous, and I'm going to use Rytary as an example, is Rytary, the newer, smoother version of carbidopa-levodopa, circa 2016, is not a one-to-one conversion from classic carbidopa-levodopa. Anybody here on Rytary, by the way? Yeah, we got a lot of folks. It's wild. It's been 8 years, and it's taken a long time to get there, but it's a good drug. We use it a lot in our clinics. But if you look at Rytary, and you look at classic carbidopa-levodopa, they are both carbidopa-levodopa, right? But they are not a one-to-one conversion to go from Sinemet to Rytary. So if you're taking a tablet of 25/100 Sinemet, classic carbidopa-levodopa, that chalky little yellow tablet, you are not going to take 100 milligrams of Rytary. You're actually going to be taking 200 or 300 milligrams per dose, because they're apples and tomatoes, and to go to one to the other is about a 2 to 3 to 1 conversion. That got a little complicated, but what I want you to realize, especially for the folks on, let's say, Rytary, or if you're on Ongentys, which is the newer COMT inhibitor, or Xadago, or any of the 13 branded drugs we have, is that you'll go to the hospital on Rytary, and they'll say, you're on 300 milligrams of Rytary, I'm going to give you 300 milligrams of Sinemet. And all of a sudden, at that moment, they'll overdose you by 3 times. Or they'll plug it into a calculator, and they tend to drastically underdose folks on older medicine. The other thing, too, is all these new medicines allow for extended duration of action. If you're on Rytary every 6 to 8 hours, you probably need classic Sinemet every 3 to 4. But they're going to keep you at that longer duration. The point is, these are not a one-to-one conversion. In fact, that picture on the screen, the green bar that goes up and drops down is classic Sinemet. Goes up in your system, hits its peak about 90 minutes, drops at about 3 to 4 hours. That's what Sinemet does. Rytary's in purple. It goes up and keeps you there for 6 to 8 hours. So imagine a pharmacist that doesn't know but means well, trying to go from purple to green. It's a disaster, and it doesn't work. So the point is, if you go to the hospital, EMS is on its way, you go in for surgery even, you go to assisted living, you go to rehab, you hit that phase of things where you might need some hospice support, insist on your medicines not changing. We spend all of our time and energy stabilizing people on better stuff. The last time we want to destabilize that is when something else is already destabilizing too. Make sense? Okay, team, so far, we have number 1, timing of medicine is important. Be a self-advocate, have the courage to stand up and insist on it. We would rather things late instead of early, never do it early, and try to get a letter from your doctor to support that timing. And number 2, when you go to the hospital anytime, put your medicines in a bag and bring them with you. Now, the Parkinson's Foundation has a wonderful kit called an Aware in Your Care kit. In fact, if you go to the Parkinson's Foundation booth in the back, I'm sure they can tell you about it. Or if you just Google, good old Google, Parkinson's Foundation Aware in Your Care kit, they'll send you for free a little DOP kit with a lot of info on safe hospitalizations. And it's also a kit that you can swoop your medicines into to bring with you if you need to go to the hospital. The final one, second to final, I got ahead of myself, is the overlay of illnesses being blamed on Parkinson's. Now, this is the only time I'm going to ask you to trust me. Do you trust me? Are we all friends? We ate the same box lunch and it was fantastic, so that makes us friends, right? Even though I'm an LSU fan, you'll still trust me? Yeah, the Gators in the room got that one. Trust me. When you go to the hospital, there is an incredibly high chance that what has sent you to the hospital is not Parkinson's disease. Trust me on that. You don't die of Parkinson's, you die with it. Your average life expectancy with and without Parkinson's is the same. Congratulations. The things that lead people to be hospitalized, and we see it every day at our center, aren't usually because of directly only Parkinson's. You fall and break a hip, you get an infection and you get delirious, you have a heart issue, a lung issue, a foot issue, a toe issue. The body does what it's going to do, and usually people go to the hospital with Parkinson's, not because of it. The problem is the people in the hospital don't see Parkinson's disease. In our area, I'm kind of proud that we're actually really good at our jobs and our people stay out of the hospital. So you have to realize that the people in the hospital caring for you mean well, they're doing their job, but they have no idea what Parkinson's is. I mean, they do, but you know what I mean, right? It is a very easy thing to blame a problem on Parkinson's. Who here feels like everywhere you go, every doctor says, oh, that's because of your Parkinson's? Yeah? It's a fantastic shoebox, apparently, that you can put every problem into. But if you go to the hospital, it's not because of Parkinson's, and you have to make sure that they aren't just saying this is all your Parkinson's disease. Because what that leads to is two problems. Number one, doctors put their blinders on and say, oh my goodness, she's delirious because of her Parkinson's. And then they miss the infection, the stroke, the dehydration, or other things. Or number two, which is even worse, they stop your medication. Is anybody here, and again, we're all friends, anybody here with Parkinson's who went in the hospital during COVID and they just stopped all of your Parkinson's medications? Okay, people are just being shy. Yeah, it happened. This was a big deal in the world of Parkinson's during the first 2 years of the pandemic. Imagine you're in the hospital, something happens, you have to be, let's say, heaven forbid, intubated or something else, and the medical team says, ooh, we've got all this going on. He or she can't take anything by mouth, just stop all this Parkinson's stuff. You have a dopamine deficiency. Parkinson's is a chemical problem, not a structural one, right? The medicines we give you give dopamine back. Dopamine does many things. It's a feel-good, happy hormone. It regulates movement. It does a lot. You should never, ever stop your medicine abruptly because it can cause a condition called neuroleptic malignant syndrome, which is very scary. So we had a lot of people during especially at the peak of the pandemic, who would go to the hospital for rightful reasons, and then we'd get a call 7 or 10 days in, oh, Miss Smith isn't waking up, she's not moving, we don't know what to do. And the first thing we would ask is, what's she taking for her Parkinson's? And they would always say, well, we held that a week ago. When you go to the hospital, bring your home medication and make sure they don't stop your meds. And if they want to, that's when you tell them to call your doctor, who will hopefully berate them and say, you're crazy, please don't stop their meds, it's going to make everything else fall apart. Now, I know all these things I'm saying tend to seem like they're extravagant, and no, that can't happen to me. I promise you, at the best hospitals in this country, the best hospitals in the world, people are showing up to the ER, being switched to formularies, being sent to the ICU, and having their Parkinson's medicines put on hold. So you got to have the courage to say, okay, 95% of people hit potholes in the hospital. That's not going to be me. That's not going to be my loved one. And these are the things you need to go in with a plan to have an honest, upfront conversation with the team about. And the final one is that there are a whole lot of medications that you should not take if you have Parkinson's disease. This is a dopamine problem. Don't forget, that's the message of hope. That's the message of a path forward that goes into every day in our clinic. And that message is that Parkinson's does not represent a structural problem in the brain, right? We do MRIs in Parkinson's disease, and the MRIs routinely show up as normal because the brain itself is relatively normal. It's simply that you're not making a hormone that you need. I tell people all the time that Parkinson's is like, you're like a truck driving down the road that's got 80,000 miles on it, so it rattles a bit, it's got a rusty fender. It's just out of gas. And that gas is dopamine, and we need to give you dopamine back to make you better. So you would be surprised then to know that there are lots of medicines that exist, that the purpose of the medicine actually works through blocking dopamine. So what do you think happens if you have Parkinson's disease, a chemical deficiency of dopamine, and you're in the hospital in a stressful environment, you're sick, where all the reserves that your body has kind of strip away, and all of a sudden somebody gives you a medicine that potently shuts off the thing that you're not making? Really bad stuff, right? But it happens all the time. So this is a short list of those medications that we tell people to stay as far away from as they can, but realizing that it's always harder said than done. Out of the 4 problems, this is the hardest to fix, because usually these medicines come into play when you're not there in the middle of the night and somebody's trying to patch a problem. The biggest is a medication called haloperidol, Haldol, a medication called olanzapine, Zyprexa, Abilify or aripiprazole. These are medicines that fit in the category of what we call antipsychotics. A little scary word, but we use them all the time, I promise. But they work to fix hallucinations, agitation, or delusions. Now, if anybody here has been hospitalized and hallucinated or been agitated, don't worry, you're okay, you're not alone. The stress of illness, hospitalization, and all that goes into being in the hospital makes a lot of people go kooky. I'll never forget my grandmother, who is the most Christ-loving person in the world, who went in for a knee replacement, stayed overnight from anesthesia, and then was running up and down the hallways naked. So, true story. God bless you, Mama. Point being, the hospital changes things, and so you need to make sure that Parkinson's disease is listed as a problem on your list. Make sure they have listed Parkinson's as at play. Because haloperidol is the medicine that the hospital goes to turn down hallucinations, delusions, and agitations when they occur. So let's say you spend the night, 2 in the morning, you wake up, you're in a new environment, the fever, the antibiotics, the medicine have you acting a little bit out, right? The last thing we want to do is a well-meaning overnight doc to give you Haldol, because then you will potently have your dopamine system shut off. And what that means for somebody like me who doesn't have Parkinson's is I'll probably sleep the next day. What that means for a Parkinson's patient is an average of 1 to 3 weeks of recovery. So you got to make sure you stay away from those. The other are the medicines under haloperidol, which we use for nausea. The medicine metoclopramide or Reglan, the medicine prochlorperazine or Compazine. These are medicines that are routinely used in the hospital with surgery and even in an outpatient setting to control nausea. Now, these medicines work by blocking, what do you think? Dopamine. And so if you give it to me, I'll think you hung the moon because my nausea stopped. But if you give Compazine to a patient with Parkinson's, they will be unable to move. Now, the nice part is we have alternatives that work. So in place of haloperidol, or what we call a classic antipsychotic, we really like the medication Nuplazid, which is a medication indicated for the treatment of Parkinson's delusions and hallucinations. And we still very much like quetiapine or Seroquel as a medicine to use in the short term. For nausea, the best medicine is Zofran. Anybody heard of Zofran? Which is ondansetron. Zofran is where it's at. They have a disintegrating tablet you put in your mouth that works magic. That's the medicine we want for Parkinson's, for nausea. But the point is, you have to know to know. So, here we are now. We've had 4 different major categories where I see people stub their toes in Parkinson's. Number 1, timing of medication is important. I'd rather it late than early. I'd even rather you miss one than take it on top of the next, or the one before. But having a relationship and a plan with your doctor and the team when you show up to get it on time is huge. Number 2, stay away from hospital formularies. They mean well to take you from rasagiline to selegiline. They mean well to take you from Rytari to Sinemet. It never works. You come into that hospital with a plan, continue the plan, and be a confident advocate, but nice, to make sure that they give you your home medication. But also, don't just give your spouse or loved one or take your own medicine in the hospital. You want to find the quickest way to make a nurse hold dinner from you? It's to start taking your own medicine. So you got to work with them. They're part of the team. But staying on your home medicine is super important. The next one, don't let them blame everything on Parkinson's, and don't let them stop your medication. Again, if you're not taking it, it's not going to work. And then the final one is to get a list and pack it with you of the medicines that they shouldn't give and give it to the nurse at the beginning of your stay. I would love to be able to tell you that the doctors caring for you know it, but I very routinely get letters from even our hospital system about how patients were harmed by giving inappropriate medication. So we actually have a letter on our website for our Parkinson Center that we're happy to share with Parkinson's Expo. You're welcome to take it and give it to whoever you want. That actually spells out the medications that are safe, the alternatives for the teams to use, and also goes into other things such as medication timing on down. Now, it was a team of about 30 different providers, inpatient and out, that put this letter together. And I promise you it's something to throw in your Aware in the Care kit with your medicine to be a guide for that hospitalization. You can download it. That's our center's website, ipmdc.org, or talk to the Parkinson's group here. We are happy to give it to whoever wants it. Now, the reason why all this is important, if you didn't know it, did you know that this is what the toolbox looks like today? This is the medication list of all that's available to treat Parkinson's disease. You'll notice in the middle is little classic Cinemet, little chalky, little yellow cute guy. That's what 90% of patients with Parkinson's take. Did you know that the picture also involves 13 drugs that are new in the past 5 years and 21 drugs overall that people don't take? If you look at the data, 84% of patients with Parkinson's have only tried classic Cinemet. 84%. That's 84% of 1.6 million people in the US. If you look at the data, 80% of Parkinson's patients don't feel like they're doing well. My message to you is that there's hope. There are treatments out there that 10 years ago were a pipe dream. There are treatments out there available today that have been designed to meet a need in your life to make things better. But you really need a movement disorder team to be part of your care to do it. This is a lot of tools, a lot of data, and it takes somebody doing this every day to really get it right. But you need to have the courage to be an advocate. You need to have the courage to step up and to say, this ain't right. And you need the polite courage to set the boundaries from a hospitalization to make sure that you don't become, or your loved one doesn't become, one of the 95% of Parkinson's patients experiencing a medical error. So do you feel prepared? Feel better? See, it's a message of hope. You can do it, I promise. And if your toe's bleeding, please go to the hospital, right? Yep, so a quick shout out to my team. Every time I give a talk, I always laud their praises. We're the Inova Parkinson Center. We do a lot of good work in Northern Virginia. You met Dr. Whitney this morning. Remember him with the beautiful pompadour of hair? But we're all, look, as a community of specialists, we are all here for you, I promise. We don't go into Parkinson's to do anything except to walk the walk with every person we meet. And I would challenge you to find somebody in your world to do that with you. Okay, 11 seconds remaining. I did it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Falconer. One more time. Okay, so now we are going to get ready. We are in the home stretch. We're going to warm up those muscles, and we are going to get moving with boxing with Jason from Title Boxing and Fitness and Leslie from BMO Fit, Rock Steady Boxing, SRQ. We need the Rocky music. Dun, 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 dun. No? Yeah, right. Yes! Shout out to the tech team.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We're going to get you guys moving today. I'm Leslie. This is Richie and Jason. Richie and Jason are going to demonstrate with some mitts so you can kind of see what it really looks like to punch. Now, if you come to either of our gyms and do a boxing class, you might get to work with us with the mitts. Otherwise, you'll be hitting a bag, not each other. We promise that. Quickly, I want to run through some punches. So those of you that are able to stand, I invite you to stand up. If not, you can certainly stay in your seats. I'm right-handed, so I'm going to punch like a right-handed boxer. So unfortunately, you're going to have to learn that. So if you're lefty, I'm sorry. If you come to the gym, we'll show you how to punch like a left-handed boxer. But we're going to bring those hands up to our face. And I'm going to mirror you as a right-handed boxer. So your punch number 1 is a jab. You're going to extend that left arm forward. Good. Palm facing down. That's your jab. Punch 1. Bring it back to your face. Punch 2 is your cross. That is with your right hand, your power punch if you're right-handed. The punch looks the same. The difference is that we lift that back heel and we turn the hip. Right there. 1, 2. Jab, cross. Punch 3. It's a hook. Arm comes up and around. Sometimes we say like Dracula, bringing his cape up and around the face. Guess what punch 4 is? The other side. You got it. Ready? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Punch 5 and punch 6. Those are uppercuts. It's like you're shoveling. Uppercut, think palm up, arms in close to the body. Punch 5 here. Punch 6 here. Right? You got it. You guys are all professionals now. Let's see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. We're going to do some combos like what you might do in a class that you come to. We're going to keep it easy. The first combo is just punch 1, 2, your jab and your cross. All right? But we're going to count out loud, so I want to hear you guys. We're going to start at 1, always throwing the jab first. Then we're going to go up to 2, 3, 4, 5. You get the idea? All right, count with me. Somebody did this trick earlier. I'm going to see if this works. I don't have the right bra on, but you don't need to know that. Okay, can you hear me? Is it working? All right, here we go. Hands up. Ready? We're going to count out loud, starting with 1. Throw that jab. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on. I don't hear anybody counting. I need to hear some voices. We're on 5. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Keep it going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're up at 8. Hang on. This is definitely not working for me. All right, you go. I'm going to count. Ready? We're on 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's do an exercise. It's called floor to ceiling. We're going to reach those arms as high as you can, up overhead, ceiling, and now reach down towards the floor. Big stretch. Again, ready? Reach up. Ceiling, stretch high. Now reach down to the floor. Good. Give me 2 more. All the way up to the ceiling. Good. Reach down to the floor. 1 more time. Ceiling, all the way down to the floor. All right, let's learn another combo. It's going to be punches 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you remember what they are? Jab, cross, hook, hook. Ready? Let's see it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. Again, jab, cross, hook, hook. You got it. Call the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Let's do some marching. Let's lift those feet up. And I want to see those arms move, right? We want to build that muscle memory. Big, exaggerated movements, more with the arms even than the legs. Let's go. Let's go. I see some good marching here. I see some really nice arms. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Let's go about 5 more seconds. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, awesome. I love it. All right, ready for another combo? 1, 2, 5, 6. What is it? Everyone's like, I don't know, you just taught me these. Ready? 1, 2, jab, cross. 5, 6, those are your uppercuts, right? Palm up like shoveling. At my gym, I say over, over, under, under. All right, ready? Everybody hands up. Let's see. 1, 2, 5, 6. Good. Again, 1, 2, 5, 6. Or we can say over, over, under, under. Keep it going. Over, over, under, under. One more time. Over, over, under, under. All right, exercise this round. Anybody do power moves in here? We're going to do power up. Let's march those feet wide. We're going to sit those hips back. Can you guys see me? I feel like I'm hidden behind the podium. Sit those hips back like you're squatting. Reach those arms forward. This is called get ready, power up. Arms go back, palms face forward, chest lifted, eyes are where the ceiling meets the wall. Again, get ready, power up. Say it with me. Get ready, power up. 2 more times. Ready, power up. 1 more time. Get ready, power up. Excellent job. One last combo. We are going to do an uppercut and a hook on each arm. We're all going to start on the right side. We're going to go right uppercut. That's punch 6. Right hook. That's punch 4. Now left arm, same thing. Uppercut, punch 5, hook, punch 3. What should happen? I know I can't show it, but what should happen with the hand that's not throwing the punch? Anybody know? Yeah, up at your face. No dangling arms here. Ready? So it looks like this. Uppercut, hook, uppercut, hook, uppercut, hook, uppercut, hook. That's it, alternating arms. Again, uppercut, hook, uppercut, hook. One more time on each side. Uppercut, hook, uppercut, hook. All right. Anybody know crisscross applesauce? This is a good one because we're crossing the midline. We're using both sides of our brain. I need you to say it with me. It looks like this. I'll try it again. It won't last. It goes criss, cross, apple, sauce. I'm doing it carefully because I'm afraid I'm going to drop this mic. Harder version is criss, cross, apple, sauce. All right, are we ready? That was just practice. Now we're going to do it for real. Okay, here we go. Criss, cross, apple, sauce. Criss, cross, apple, sauce. Again, I don't hear you. Raise those voices. Start over. Ready? Criss, cross, apple, sauce. Criss, cross, apple, sauce. Criss, cross, apple, sauce. Criss, cross, apple, sauce. Criss, cross, applesauce. Criss, cross, applesauce. Criss, cross, applesauce. Crisscross applesauce. Excellent job. Thank you, guys. I hope that was a little bit of movement for you. I think that's all we got. Thank you. Thank you. Come see us at our booth in the back.
All right, crisscross applesauce back into those seats because we have our final speaker. And we are happy to welcome to the stage Apurva Zawar, board-certified geriatric clinical specialist and founder of Beyond Rehab, to discuss an integrative care approach to chronic pain.
Hello everyone, it's so nice to see you all moving and singing and having a good time. So today I'll be talking about chronic pain management in Parkinson's through a more comprehensive and integrative lens. So we'll be learning about ways to interpret pain, looking into how you can better communicate, regularly assess, and look into self-management treatment options. So We'll start with understanding the prevalence of pain in Parkinson's, differentiating Parkinson-specific pain from non-Parkinson-specific pain, understanding the common pain presentation, and learning about self-management and integrative care approach. In our clinical practice, in my clinical practice, typically individuals come across many times with pain presentation, and it's not commonly talked about or commonly recognized enough. So today I'll really like you to look into better understanding pain, working on how to better interpret and assess. So, like, in Parkinson's, it's commonly considered as movement disorder, but that's not true. Motor symptoms like tremor, rigidity, slowness, and postural changes are just a small piece of the Parkinson's disease and impacting the quality of life. However, the non-motor symptoms like mood changes, sleep changes, pain, fatigue contribute to a big bulk of overall Parkinson's disease and impacting your quality of life. Amongst the non-motor symptoms, pain is one of the most common symptom which is experienced, and it limits individuals in engaging and participating in their day-to-day life. The sources of pain can be because of underlying changes, muscle changes, postural changes, or more than that. So it's really important to understand and learn on how you can better interpret and look into managing it by yourself. So based on the studies done, it's been reported that up to 80% of individuals present with with pain as one of the non-motor symptoms, and it can be seen across the clinical stage. And the presentation of the pain changes during the course of the disease. Pain is one of the most common symptoms early in the disease, before the onset of the motor symptoms. Almost 5% of individuals experience pain as one of the first factor before their diagnosis. During the diagnosis, individuals experience pain as one of the most limiting factor, limiting them with their physical engagement, daily activities, and it typically impacts the side of the body where the more motor involvement is present. In advanced stages, the pain is more common, and it's almost 35% of individuals reports higher pain presentation as compared to the early stages. So, based on the cross studies done, it's been understanding the distribution and the prevalence of pain in Parkinson's disease. It's been reported that individuals typically experience 1 to 2 types of pain during the disease course, both in early and in advance. I'll be talking about more what's the type of the pain. So impact on quality of life. So as we know, like, pain limits the overall functioning, and it really limits your physical engagement, social engagement. Because of the pain, the activity level tends to decrease, which in turn affects the motor symptoms, more Parkinson's-related motor symptoms, associated physical changes, contributing to increased pain and overall decreased social and physical engagement. So it's really, really important to break this pain cycle and take the control on how you can better work on managing it effectively. So our brain has amazing potential to unlearn the pain and rewire through reconnecting through mind-body connection, retraining through functional training, rehab approaches, and re-engaging in daily activities. So it's possible with practice, with learning, with education. You can focus on unlearning pain and slowly working on better managing your pain with decreased reliance on other tools like medications and other interventions. So it's possible to unlearn and focus on retraining with practice. That's what we'll be talking next. So looking at the management piece, In order for the effective management, we need to look at the entire spectrum, right from the passive to the active approaches. We need to focus on combining passive and active approaches together and making it more personalized and comprehensive based on individuals' need, individuals' experience in order to have the successful treatment and effect on individuals' life. It's important to understand that passive approaches are more when there is limited involvement from the individual and when there is more involvement from an individual's like education, learning, retraining, it's more of an active approach. So it's equally important to combine both and make it more personalized and comprehensive. Active approaches are seen to be more effective than the passive intervention, so it really needs to be included in care with time. As we are learning and understanding about the prevalence of pain, understanding about the different approaches which you can use and combine for your treatment plan, it's also important to look into the causes of pain. Pain is very complex and multifactorial. It can be caused because of multiple reasons, underlying changes, underlying health-related changes, your mood changes, your social changes. So there's multiple factors contributing to pain in general. But when looking specifically for pain in Parkinson's, it's typically caused because of lower pain threshold as compared to healthy controls, changes in the pain motor integration. So the pain motor integration pathways are altered. To some extent, motor fluctuation and dyskinesias contribute to the pain presentation, and lastly, the altered inflammatory signals. So these are some key highlights. What are the primary causes of pain in Parkinson's? So now this is the good part where we'll be learning, and together I'll be guiding you on how you can work on recognizing your pain, categorizing your pain if it is PD related or if it's unrelated to Parkinson's, planning it out, looking into the treatment approaches right from self-management all the way to the comprehensive treatment plan, and focusing on building your team and taking a control on better managing your pain. So let's get this started. So the first thing, pain is typically considered as related to some injury, but that's not true. Pain is as an overall experience, and it can be associated with or resembling that associated with actual or potential tissue damage. So it's important to understand it's not just related to underlying injury, but it has more to it. It's an experience created because of the change in the sensory system, change in the motor system, and overall emotion and affect associated with it. It's important to recognize pain, also differentiating pain if it's acute. Acute is typically short-lasting and it typically resolves with time. Chronic is more long-lasting, more than 3 to 6 months, and it limits and slows down your physical engagement. And typically there is minimal relief from the interventions, from the modalities which you use as compared to acute pain. So the next step in the process is categorizing your pain. So categorizing the pain, if it's PD related pain or if it's PD unrelated pain. PD related pain is when, so looking into the classification system, I'd like you to answer this together. Has your pain started or become more severe since the onset of Parkinson's symptoms? Is your pain fluctuating with motor symptoms like rigidity, tremors, or slowness of movement? Is your pain associated with excessive or abnormal movements? And lastly, does your pain improve when taking pain medication, Parkinson's medication? So if you answer yes to any of these questions, it is more related to Parkinson's related pain. I'd like you to look into this again. It's really important to understand if your pain is Parkinson's related or if it's unrelated. So again, visiting that if you see any fluctuating pattern in your pain during the on medication phase or during the off medication phase, and if your pain started right from the time of diagnosis, that's when it's more related to Parkinson's. So similarly, if any of the questions are yes, then it's more PD-related pain. Followed by like the next step is further differentiating it and categorizing it. What's the type of the pain? You know, pain is in general a broad term. How do you best describe it? How do you best classify it, categorize it to effectively communicate and seek the right care? So the first and the common category is musculoskeletal and dystonia pain, commonly referred as nociceptive pain. Then the second is nerve-related pain, and the third is central pain. I'll be talking about each of it. So nociceptive pain, meaning the pain which is commonly triggered because of the nociceptors, which are the painful receptors, which can be activated because of any injury or any noxious stimuli, results in the experience of nociceptive pain. So the nociceptive pain can be caused because of the musculoskeletal changes, more like postural related changes. If you experience changes in your posture, forward head, excessive forward bending may cause musculoskeletal pain. Also joint disorders like frozen shoulders, arthritis related pain contribute to musculoskeletal pain. Similarly, dystonic pain is pain when you see during the off phase, typically during the off phase of the medication or due to the overactivity of the muscles, it contributes to the dystonic pain. So together, it contributes to the overall nociceptive pain, meaning pain associated with more of a non-neural tissue activation due to nociceptors. So based on the studies done, typically individuals experience musculoskeletal pain in the lower limb and the back region, followed by the neuropathic pain, more radicular pain. So if you experience more nerve-related pain, similar to like burning, electric shock-like sensation, pins and needles, it's more attributed to nerve-related radicular pain. It's at times exacerbated because of the postural changes in PD. Lastly, central pain. Central pain is not specific to any single type of pain, and it's diffused across the body region. It is difficult to explain. It's more of a stabbing and burning sensation, and it has minimal relief from stretching, changes in posture, or any other use of modalities. Symptoms like leg motor restlessness, non-motor, off or orofacial, more of a jaw mandibular pain, and visceral pain can also be classified as central pain. So this was like a quick overview of the pain presentation, of how different pain presentation looks like. I'd like you to make a note, point down your experience of, if you experience pain, how do you best describe it? Is your pain similar to nerve pain? Is your pain more diffused? It's important to put it down and keep a diary of pain, regularly assessing, tracking, and so that when you visit your medical team, you can present this valuable information to them and they can help you plan the treatment. They can guide you forwards. So as you were understanding the subjective symptoms, the next step is also objectively rate your pain level. You can do it in 3 different components. So first is intensity, rating your intensity on a scale of 0 to 10. How's your pain level? Is it 0 meaning no pain, 10 is extreme, followed by frequency. What's the frequency of your pain? And lastly, the quality and impact on daily living. So what's your overall impact? Is it mild, moderate, severe? It's important to rate it down along with the subjective findings. So this will be easy and more efficient for your team to help you and better work on it. There was a similar study done looking at the prevalence and the distribution of chronic pain in PD and across the different types of pain. So the musculoskeletal dystonic pain and radicular pain are the commonly experienced pain in Parkinson's disease, followed by other pains. So the next step is, as you're looking into understanding like different, learning about different presentation of pain in Parkinson's disease, categorizing it, self-assessing it, It's also important to receive a comprehensive pain assessment from your medical team, meaning pain has an impact on your overall system. It's not just localized to one system. If it's a chronic pain, there's a higher probability that your pain has an effect, has a systemic effect. So getting a more comprehensive assessment is important, meaning looking at the pain through different lenses, like, looking the impact of pain on your different system, like your motor system, your sensory system, psychosocial, lifestyle, autonomic, and physical limitation is important. So this will help you understand the overall presentation and create a plan which is more specific to you and work it forwards. So this was about assessing pain, of objectively rating your pain. The next step in the process is learning on how do you manage it. What's the first step you can take in order for you to better manage your pain, better control your pain, so you're able to continue with your daily activities, you're able to continue with your social engagement, your physical engagement. So self-management programs are one of the most common programs which offers a really valuable skills and tools to help individuals learn about their pain presentation and help them take control of it. So self-management programs are typically programs which are delivered to help individuals empower through learning, through education, and skill training. It can be done in any setting, and nowadays there's more commonly offered more through virtual platform to make it more accessible. So how does the self-management program works? The self-management includes a systemic application of education and supportive interventions by healthcare professionals to increase skills and confidence in managing the health problems. The goal of these self-management programs is to help you become an expert on managing your pain, give you the toolbox of skills, techniques, healthy habits, and exercise that will help you stay active, return to a higher level of function, and help you become fitter, healthier, and decrease your fears and concerns about pain-provoked activities. So these are the primary goals of self-management programs. I'd like to share a quick study done which we did in association with APDA Northwest. It was delivery of a self-management pain program for people with Parkinson's. It was a 4 weeks long study done over a virtual setting across the 4 week span for 8 sessions. The study consisted of different components, different education and phase training. It included pain neuroscience education, focusing on reconnecting, retraining through sensory training, motor training, functional training, followed by flare-up and freezing management. Lastly, focusing on re-engaging, return to higher level of function based on their goals. So the study was very unique in a way. It was very well designed and objectively tracked right from the start of the program all the way towards the end. And it included pre-assessment and post-assessment component. So the goals of this type of study was to help to focus on empowering the pain understanding, learning to effectively interpret the pain factors, influencing the pain experience, and helping individuals feel more confident and independent in managing pain, shifting the health and well-being responsibility from the healthcare professional and therapist to the person, and lastly, decreasing fears and increasing movement and engagement. The outcomes of this program overall the program is beneficial for people with PD, helping them improve their confidence and skills in self-managing their pain and decreasing reliance on medical and surgical interventions while promoting healthy lifestyle. So the program was done in a group setting, so that was also very effective, helping individuals build and learn from each other and find new ways on how they can better work on addressing their pain while they are continuing with their physical and daily activities. So as we are learning, understanding about different components of pain, how pain in Parkinson's is different, and what are the specification of pain presentation, I'd like you to focus on tracking your pain, both subjectively, objectively, especially prior to your visit to the doctor. Make sure you're regularly self-assessing and seeing what's helping your pain, what's the relieving factors, what's exaggerating the pain, what are the ways you can better manage it by yourself, and continuously find ways to communicate with your providers, because that will really help you and guide the team in managing your pain. It's important to consider the wide range of approaches, right from the passive approach, like more medication intervention, along with the active approach where you're focusing on rehab, functional training, different mind-body training, combining it together based on your presentation, based on your personality, based on what works for you, combining together, and also making it more goal directed. So meaning if your goal is to return back to certain activity, you want to make sure you plan the treatment accordingly so it helps you achieve the goal towards the end. Lastly, living a full life with pain requires the individual to take an active role in the recovery process. Success is achieved when person has learned to self-manage their pain. So this is really important, looking into finding ways, learning, and working together with your team in order to have a long-lasting effect. So while you're doing and while you're planning and working on understanding your pain and looking for the right resources, it's also important to look into the multimodal care plan. So meaning it's important to look into addressing your pain through more of a holistic lens and working with your team. So while you're understanding and working with your team, meaning you're working with your movement disorder specialist, your physical therapist, occupational therapist, physician, and nurse, it's important that you actively communicate, and while you're doing and you're working on connecting and building your team, your key point of contact needs to be your movement disorder specialist. And lastly, optimization of anti-Parkinsonism treatment should always be the fundament of your treatment plan for pain management. So our brain has the amazing capacity to change and heal with the right tools and guidance, and we can rewire our neural pathways and transfer our experience of pain. It's always thought like pain can only be treated, through medication or through some other interventions, but there is a lot of potential for brain to unlearn the pain and rewire through constant training, training, education, and practice. And this will really help you work on it by yourself and feel the independence that you are the one who's guiding it, you are the one who's doing it all, and you have a resources, you have a team facilitating your journey. So that's all. Thank you for joining me for this talk. Thank you Neuro Expo and sponsors for inviting me, and thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Apurva. One more time.
Well, I know it's been a long day, and many people have decided that they needed to go home and get rest. So thank you to you troopers for staying for the whole day. This is the end of our program. We are so thankful for you coming out today, and please travel safe going home. We will see you next year at the 7th Annual Parkinson's Expo on March 2nd of 2024.
Thank you, everyone, and be sure to visit our website, follow us on social media, and don't forget, all of our programs are free because of that community of supporters, and you could be a part of that impact. To everyone who's been viewing us at home, thank you for tuning in. See you next year.